Mr. Gunther, that was a big yawn. That was a very big yawn. Mom doesn't have anything set up. Oh my goodness. That Stream Elements was going down. Why is it working? Like, that's nice and all, but... Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome, welcome. Serena spam incoming. The fans are loud tonight, and I apologize for that, but it's very humid, and Gunther wants them on. And Gunther rules the world. He is the executive. He is in charge. We do not tell him no. It's like, oh my god, Mom, why did you move? I was comfy there. I'm sorry. Welcome to the Stream the Dreams project, and thank you all so much for your support with Voya's care costs so far. I appreciate it oh so mucho. Wonderful, wonderful human beings. Pull us out of purgatory. Beautiful. Marvelous. Fantastical. Let's hop into Discord for a quick sec. And I want to do some learnings. Then we're going to go see the Kittle Biddles. PB first, so we're not moving germs around by her. And then we'll say hey to Lincoln. Lincoln is already adopted, but they needed space at the rescue, so he's here for like a week. And then we'll go see Doodles. Doodles! What a name. He's so cute, though. He's so scrumpy. He's my favorite kind of cat. A needy feral. What is this? Oh my god. That's the dream. Welcome welcome JD. You bebs hop into the Discord. Please do not forget to green check them their rules and entry pass and rules so that I can reel you in offline. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel like this is goals. Please don't be a paywalled article. I don't think you guys would make me muddle through a paywall article, but still. But still. Just in case. Ow. Thank you for that, Tusk. That's what I get for sitting sideways. Sorry, Gunther. Readjust. Readjust. Choupette. Oh, she's so pretty though. Picture looks like AI. Her eyes are too perfect. But I believe it's actually a picture of her. Oh, I forgot he died. Oops. He's known for certain about the details of his estate. Nothing. Under French law, such matters are not made public. Oh, it does get paywalled. Shady. Various figures have been suggested as beneficiaries, including several male models and fashion executives, his bodyguard, his housekeeper, and the Princess of Monaco. Even so, from the start, one improbable name has stood out. Choupette, Lagerfeld's blue cream Berman cat. Oh. I mean, there's the AI answer. But is it true or not? I don't know. He set up a dedicated financial trust and gifted a French home to her caretaker, Francois Cocotte. Trying there. With over 1.5 million in abundant provisions, ensuring the cat's highly lavish lifestyle. Aww. That's awesome. Goals. Goals. You get it all, Gunther. You're in charge. He'll spend it. What would you spend it all on? What would you blow it on? Not blowing hookers. He's too old for that. Welcome, Cygenics. It wasn't paywalled for you. Did you read it like on your phone or the computer? I feel like some things are different based on what you're reading it on. Gunther would get a nose job. You know what? Fair. I believe you would. Oh, she's 14 now. That's amazing. That's weird. I wonder why it paywalled it for me. Maybe different ISPs. Like, depending on where you get your internet from, it'll be contracted in to be paywalled or not. I don't know. I don't know what overlaps or doesn't in this world anymore. It's a lot of overlap. So I follow a bunch of Instagram accounts of cats with CH, but I don't actually know anything about it. And considering this dude's going to be here for like a week or 10 days. I need to double check my information. It's the 27th, so 8 days. I should probably know things about him. Do you guys think there's a lot of bird TV playing in my house? Based on my For You page? Basically, it's all Counter-Strike and cats and bird TV and abandoned places. I love that. I hope today's been kind to you. Maybe, or some regional thing. Maybe. I don't like you have nothing in Illinois except for cats. Rich with cats. I have the other fan on for Gunther, so it's probably loud as shit. I do apologize. And it's blowing at us like this way because Gunther was laying facing that way over here all day. And it's blowing my hair into my face, and it's very annoying. There's like 3 strands there. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Just on all the bird TV we've seen and heard on stream, there's no doubt you guys are going to think I have birds. I don't. I'm afraid of birds. But it does sound like there's birds in this house. I put it on for Lincoln. He liked it. Now he's asleep on my pillow. Which is really cute. His new owners are going to love him. Cerebellum, not cerebellum, I think. Hypoplasia. Aww. That's like a shorty video though. About. Oh, okay. Ah.
Hi guys, I'm here today to talk to you about something that is a little bit new to me as well. Recently,
he is wobbly.
3 new kittens, and they have.
I didn't know that until I got there, and I read his kennel thing wrong first. It says Lincoln has a neurological gait. Please keep an eye on him while he's playing so he doesn't get hurt. My brain skipped over neurological. And I just read that he has some kind of gait and keep an eye on him while he's playing so he doesn't get hurt. But then I looked at it again and I was like, oh. And then I saw him walking around inside and I'm like, oh, okay, you're a wobbly cat. I understand now. Oh my goodness. It does kind of make me kind of a little bit sad too, because it's like you're just flooping over without any control of that there, buddy. But they don't know the difference. Like, they live a completely normal life. They don't know that they're not supposed to fall over or walk weird. Like, they just don't. It's like when they're blind or deaf. They just don't know the difference.
Unique with them.
Animals are so adaptive and so amazing in that way. Like, they just don't pay any mind to any limitation that they have, and I think that's so beautiful. Like, that's hard to do as a human being, especially depending on what your limitations are, but I think animals are so incredible for that. They just accept themselves the way they are and do what makes them happy.
We're diagnosed with cerebellar hippocampal,
But they also don't have to, like,
which is also
live
known as CH and wobbly cat syndrome,
like humans do.
which is a neurological
Go to work,
disorder
all that
causes
fun
sudden
stuff.
jerky movements, uncoordinated motion, and loss of balance. In a CH cat, the brain just does not develop properly, and that's pretty much.
He looks
exactly
kind of
what it is.
munchkin-y to me, too.
This diagnosis is something that is completely.
Oh, I
brand
think
new
it's
to us as
polydactyl
well.
cat. He has
I
really
don't
big
know
feet.
all that much about it.
I think he has extra toes.
Since we have gotten these 3 kittens, it's something that I
Blood work
did
indeed.
extensive research on.
Today I'm
And to
cosplaying a work
myself
day.
So I can better prepare myself for the questions
I did not nap this
customers have
afternoon
when they're
because
looking to
kitties.
adopt these 3 cats.
And
So let me introduce
ideally,
you to
on
Cassie and
a
Farrah.
real work day, I'd get more than 3 hours and
These
24 minutes of
babies are
sleep,
only 3
but
months old, and after
we're gonna see how long I last tonight
diagnosed
before I
with the
tap
neurological
out.
disorder that I am explaining to you guys today.
We're gonna play tap out
To be honest with
games.
you, I'm not exactly sure what the first 3 months of their lives has looked
Hi,
like.
Gunther.
What I do know is it's an absolute blessing that these cats have found their way to us, because most cats
I'm
before
cosplaying
even
as a productive
properly
member of
diagnosed
society
with
today.
CH end up being euthanized right
Now
in
I'm my
shelter.
dream of Genie.
So that actually makes it really difficult for awareness about this condition to spread.
I have a feeling my hair is really wild under this clip, and I'm afraid to look at it.
A cat that has a neurological disorder,
But I want to
and
keep it up while we're
immediately count
between
them out and say,
bubs.
they're not going to live a fulfilled life, so let's euthanize and put it out of its misery.
You need to tell your boss they
That
require
is
an office cat
absolutely not the
cytogenics.
case. And like I said earlier, this is something that's brand new to me as well.
Pardon. It's a Counter-Strike match tonight, too, that I thought was going to be at 11, but it's actually at 1.
But just from seeing these
See if
3
I tap out
kittens
before then or
and
not.
doing
It's only a best of
some
1.
research on this within the last week, I really want to spread awareness to you guys as well that if you
So
see
cute.
a wobbly cat, don't count them out. In fact, maybe give them a chance and maybe
Where
give a
are we
chance
here,
on adopting
Gunther?
them. So far, what I have learned is that
He really is so sweet. He's already right at home here, and he's been here 2.5 hours at most. He's gonna love his new home. This cat would be great, but distracting. Oh god, yeah. Lose 5 hours of the day just doing that.
Types of CH and levels of severity. So mild, moderate, and severe.
I would say he's mild. He doesn't fall over. He just walks. He has a pimp walk, like Zeke.
Is the most severe. Her head wobbles.
But Zeke was a
constantly,
street thug.
and
He doesn't have
seems like it's really
CH.
hard for her to move around and walk around without falling over. Her siblings, however, Farrah and
Welcome to Mad Topher.
are more of
Ah,
the
thank you
mild
so much.
on the
Awesome
mild
human
side,
alert.
and
Awesome human alert.
minor things like
Thank you for the resub. Lucky number 13.
Whenever she walks,
Welcome.
whenever she does, her head is
Welcome.
tilted. She
Welcome
just
to my
wobbles
reverse
and
supermodel
still
stream,
has
where the
great
wind blows my hair
coordination.
forward
They
instead of
are
back.
very hyper. They act like normal kittens. They're wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Occasionally
I'll bop
they
you up on the
lose
board
their
when Gunther
balance, but
feels like getting up
that's
or when I
every
need to
cat
get up.
once in a while will lose their balance. So
Thank
they are
you.
definitely on the
Oh, I think I can
mild
update
side
bot
of
tricks,
the
though.
severity.
I
So
think.
Cassie, since she has been diagnosed with
think.
a little bit more severe
I really don't think
than her
I should be
siblings,
allowed to do
she's
this
going to
manually,
need
but
someone to adopt her who
I'll
is going to
take
be
it.
patient and caring and tend
Zeke
to
is an
all of her
OG,
special
original
needs.
gato. Yes.
This requires someone who will cater to her special needs no matter
It's the
what
50
it takes.
cent of
It
cats.
might include
Kind of.
changing living situations,
Not really.
so
Many have had it worse,
it's
but
better
still.
for her safety, or putting a non-slip rug down so that she doesn't slip and fall. Because
Oh, maybe I should put
you can
rugs
see
in there.
video, it
I have a
is
couple
hard
of
for her
runner
to stand
rugs.
up. But while this girl needs a little extra care, the amount of love that she's going to provide in return
Widgets.
is worth it all.
Sub
CH
goal.
is pretty easily diagnosed by
Actually,
a
it's
vet
called
just
subscriber
simply off of clinical
target.
signs.
You guys put a
An
target
MRI
on my
can
back.
be done if necessary, but
This
it's pretty
should
easy to
update
determine,
it.
just from the signs and symptoms what your cat is dealing with. Unfortunately, since CH is a neurological disorder that affects the brain when it's
Welcome to the
growing.
green side also, the
There is no
Mantofer.
cure for it.
Thank you so
But that
much.
doesn't mean that it affects
Thank
the
you.
lifespan or quality of life.
Is that more of a gothy
your
look with the
cat.
wind in your hair
With
blowing
this being
forward?
said, I've had the pleasure of getting to know these 3 kittens within the last
Sure.
week, and they are absolutely.
I don't know what else it would be, so we're gonna go with that. Hit the nail right on the head there.
Love bug. You pick her up.
Oh, Gunther, it's a you!
Just lay in your arms. She'll put her paws on your face.
Saw like 3
She
almost
wants to
Gunthers
lay
at the
with you.
rescue.
She wants that love and affection.
It's really hard for me to like avert my eyes.
In the best way possible. He runs around, darts around, he plays with everything, but he is also a snuggle
Aw.
bug. And may I mention, he has
I saw an
the
exact
coolest
replica of
clothing I've
Slavka,
ever
too.
seen. His coat has like
Emo
silver
look maybe
on
covering the
on his
eyes.
sides.
Hey,
It's
I'm
like
trying to
his
mind my
soft
side
on
bangs here.
both
You know,
sides of his
if
body.
I really
But
let
that's
the
just
wind
how
take
he is.
control.
That's how he was born, and it's amazing. He's
That's a
really
look.
unique. And then we have our sweet Cassie, who
That's we're going
is
in
very
reverse
scared, and I
on
can
the
totally
bike
understand
here.
Because while I don't know what it's like to be in her head with having this wobbly syndrome,
Strawberry ended up going to another
she's nervous,
foster.
and she needs someone who's going to show.
It's funny, but it's not. I'm a little sad. I missed out on Strawberry. He ended up going to another foster. But they ended up referring me to Nas because Nas is extremely overwhelmed right now. So we're back where we fostered with briefly for Void and her little crew. Many changes in the world today. It has been a long day, and my timing today was not better, but I was also doing a bunch of rescue messages back and forth. Today took me 2 hours and 45 minutes and 42.13 seconds. Could have been better, but I was also managing messages back and forth and like so much texting. I don't like being on my phone that much when I get up in the morning. I get real like phone tasks that I need to do. I just save for the evening or for later in the day. I don't like being on my phone that much in the morning. I'm an old person.
Her, hey, it's okay.
But that's okay.
And I'm here for you.
And that's
I'm here
okay.
to guide the way for you to be just like any normal cat. My only mission here is that if you happen to be
Yeah, those numbers need to get
right
down.
before you're about to go to a shelter and potentially adopt a cat.
I only slept this morning though. I didn't
Stumble
sleep this
across a
evening.
wobbly cat or two that
So
you
we're
don't
kind of
think
beta
are
testing, I
normal
guess,
because
work
they're
schedule
special
today.
needs. Just because they are special needs does not
Won't be
mean
quite
they
accurate if I
won't
stay up
be
a little
able to live
later
a
for
very
a
fulfilling,
match,
happy life with you.
but
I also would like you to keep in mind that if you stumble
we'll
across
see.
a
I'll
wobbly
tap out when
cat
I tap out.
that looks very severe in the shelter,
But it should give me a good
it
timeline
could
for
also be
tomorrow,
so severe
minus
just
like
because
however
they
long
are
it takes to
too
feed
frightened for them. Once they
Lincoln,
are
which is
secure
not a
in the
long time.
environment that they're living in and they know
How long it takes me to
the
do
surroundings,
wound
they know
cleaning
that they're
for
safe, it could be a lot better for them, and they won't have
Doodle.
as
That was
many
half a yawn.
symptoms that you're
That was
seeing
weird.
in the shelter.
These numbers need to get down though.
Will never get worse because
It's way easier than wound cleaning for Voya. It's not as bad as how he was ripped up, but he got into a horrible fight. His neck is all slashed up and open. So when he'll be our third visit this evening. We're going to see PB first, then we're going to spend a little time with Lincoln, and then we're going to go in with Doodle. So completely understand if you guys aren't comfortable being present for anything doodly, because he does have very, very graphic wounds.
To those of you who are
He's
watching
very
this
ripped
video
open.
Who do have a wobbly cat, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for taking a chance on them. And may we also mention that you're so lucky to have such a unique cat in your life. And we would actually
I get to
really
bring
love to
Lincoln
hear
to his
from
new
you in the
owners.
comments
I'm
about
excited
your
for that.
experience with them.
I'm going to take
Please
lots of
tell us
pictures
all
and
about it
videos
so that
and
we can help spread
tell them
awareness
all of
about
his
this disease.
little quirks.
On our channel, you're going to find a lot of fun videos
cute.
like adventure cats or Olympic games.
Gonna work our way up
cats.
to Doodle.
But we
Yeah.
also really want
Like,
to
he's
spread awareness
also
about
like
things
the
that
dirtiest.
I'm still
He was
learning as I
he
go.
was a community cat. He was outdoors before 9 a.m. today. He was still outside until around then. So he's a dirty birdie. He's a little sick. He's an outdoor cat. I don't want to bring in fresh outdoor cat germs to Peebs. When we come back in here, I'm going to change clothes in the hallway.
I know what it's like to want to help all the cats and still not know much about half the diseases that are out
No
there.
mange,
half of
no
the things that
ringworm.
could possibly be going on with
It hasn't been tested for FIV or FELV yet.
Guide you in any way that you could
But he's a dirty birdie.
If you
He was
have
still
any
outside this
situation with your
morning.
cat, please either send us
He's
a
had a
direct
very, very
message
long
or
day.
leave it
He
in the
ate and
comments,
he rested and
we're
he's
gonna help you out.
relaxing.
We're
He's
gonna
very
get
sweet.
you through this. You can think of us as your helping
He looks like
hand
Tank when
and
Tank
your
came
big
in,
sisters.
but
So
he's
go
nicer
ahead
than
and hit
Tank.
that subscribe button if you want to see more of our content. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and stick around for the next one.
Hi, and welcome to our video
Give me
on
the
cerebellar
Cliff Notes
hypoplasia
version.
in cats. Cerebellar hypoplasia is a neurological disorder that affects the development of the cerebellum, a part of the brain that plays a key role in movement and coordination. Cats with cerebellar
I don't know if that's
hypoplasia may have
nice or
difficulty
okay to say or
walking,
not,
balance problems,
but it came to
and
mind,
tremors.
and
There
the
are a few
filter is
different
gone.
causes of cerebellar hypoplasia in cats. One cause is a congenital condition, meaning it is present at birth. This type of cerebellar hypoplasia is often hereditary and can be passed down.
He kind of
from
walks
parent
like
to
that,
offspring.
minus the
Other
fall.
causes include infection or trauma during pregnancy or early kittenhood. Cats with cerebellar hypoplasia may require special care and
You know that like
They may
a
need
silly
help with
pants
grooming,
walk?
feeding, and you
Like when dudes have like boxers and shorts on, but then their jeans are like halfway below their crotch. And then there's a certain kind of walk that comes with that. That's kind of how he walks.
using a litter
That's what it
box.
looks like to
They
me.
may also need to be kept in a safe, enclosed area to prevent them from falling or getting injured. Despite their challenges, cats with cerebellar
I don't think that's a
hypoplasia can
style
live happy,
anymore, thank
fulfilling
goodness.
lives. They are just as loving and
Maybe in like
affectionate as
certain
any other
segments
cat,
of fashion.
and can provide their owners
Feeling
with a great
personally
deal of joy
attacked.
and companionship. If you are
What if I
considering
pantsed
adopting
you?
a cat
Then
with
you'd feel
cerebellar
even more
hypoplasia,
personally
it is
attacked.
important to be prepared for the extra time
See, it
and
could
care
be
that may
worse.
required, but the reward of loving and caring for a special needs cat can be immeasurable. Thanks for watching our video on
It's a
cerebellar
baby.
hypoplasia in cats. We hope you have a
It's,
better
I never
understanding
considered
of
that they present that so much like in kittenhood too.
this condition and the special needs of
Dude, a caring for. Gunther's done with his bath, so we can disturb him then. I'll blue skidoo through the screen.
Arising as a result of interrupted
There we
development
go.
to the brain.
That'll work.
In mild cases, it
It's
causes
been a
cats
long
and
day.
kittens to have
Oh my
issues with
goodness.
balance. Cerebellar hypoplasia is a non-progressive
Aw.
disorder, meaning the condition will not get worse over time, and generally cats will learn to adapt and cope with their difficulties.
It's like almost magical when they
You should
walk like
consult with your vet to
lightly
determine the best
with
way
their
to help
balance.
your cat.
How the great
They
cat
will
was
need some
doing.
extra care and TLC, so if you're caring or planning to care for
Gunther,
a cat
it's a
who
you.
may have cerebellar hypoplasia,
Kind of.
here are the things you need to know to give them the best possible care and to help them lead a happy and healthy life.
He's sleeping right now. Maybe I should grab a rug for him.
Cats feel vulnerable when toileting, and even more so when they can't balance well. So to help your cat, provide them with a large
I have a
litter
covered
tray
litter
that
box
has
in
high
there.
sides with one lowered side.
Let me listen to what they have to
for
say.
entry, and
I didn't
filled with
consider the
plenty
litter
of
box.
litter. This will ensure that when
It's not that low. We'll see how he does with it tonight. If he seems to have trouble with it tonight, then I'll switch him to a pan box.
they toilet, they can use the sides to balance. Also, the weight of the litter will mean it won't tip up
And I can do the magic that I did
did
with the litter box in here. I'll show you guys because you really want to see
Cats
that.
with cerebellar hypoplasia
I made
can be
walls,
messy eaters due to
'cause
their
I'm done
alcohol
sweeping
related.
up all
So
around.
it's
I'm
best to let them
done.
feed out
I'm
of
done.
certain weighty bowls
The cover
with
is
water,
removable,
so they
but
can't-
it's more the height of the going in portion. Because that one is, that's the box that used to be in here, so I can't look at it. I think it's about this high. It shouldn't be too high for him, but just in case.
move them or
We'll
to
monitor the
avoid when they're
situation.
eating. It's in your interest to feed
He has
them in
stable
easily
bowls.
cleanable
He has my
areas,
salad
such
bowls.
as a kitchen or utility room. Whatever floor surface you have,
I have other
it's
pet
advisable to
bowls,
keep
I just-
food and water bowls
They weren't
easily
fast to
wiped
grab.
on mats.
He has my salad bowls.
Cats with cerebellar hypoplasia will want to run, jump, and
Got the
hide,
high-rise
just like
walls
cats
and the
who
litter
want
box you have now just for
They
that
also
reason.
want to-
You know, I would pay a lot of money that I don't have for Zeke to use a high-rise wall litter box, like with a cover in it. But Zeke refuses to use any litter box except the one that is over here, and I'm afraid to move it from over here because he has silly urinary issues and don't want to trigger them because that's bad health-wise and that's bad finance-wise. But I would give a lot for him to want to use a covered litter box with the high-rise walls, because that boy kicks.
access high up
He
areas,
wins the
such
litter
as
kicking
windowsills,
Olympics.
particularly if they're feeling stressed. So instead of discouraging this,
My dad
try
just
to
uses
provide
like
easy ways for
Tuppermade
your cat to
storage
access
bins
higher
for that
areas
reason.
and minimise the risk of falling.
Oh, good boy,
Try pushing
Gunther.
your chair up to their favourite
He says,
windowsill
"Okay, Mom, you're
or a
free now."
footstool closer to the sofa so they don't have as far to jump to reach them.
Marbles
It's
is
also a good idea
chunky,
to
so
put
he has like
cushions
little
and rugs
bounce
under
ups for
windowsills,
things.
as these make great makeshift crash mats for cats who are
I think he's pretty young. I don't know how old
jumping.
he is. Maybe it said.
Cats with cerebellar hypoplasia will find it easier to walk on carpeted floors.
Everything was so
rather than
fast. I
slippery
just took
surfaces
pictures
like
of
lino.
anything
You might
I
be
thought
able
I would
place
need to
rods
know.
down in areas where you have hard flooring. Or try placing offcuts of
His intake was February 9th. He actually came from Calumet City, which is pretty far away. That's interesting. Doesn't say how old he is. Just says this handsome guy. Oh, I wonder if it would say on Pet Finder. Oh my god, I left the curtains open and someone drove by and the headlights scared me. Lincoln. No, his full name is Luxating Lincoln. And I read the luxating part as, like, oh, he tore his CCL, like the cat version of CCL or something. That is a Great Dane. It is a Mastiff. Father TV does have some good cat hacks. I mean, he's 70, he's 70, and he's had cats all of his life, so he better. 213. Oldest edition. Is that just gonna be dogs and cats? Someone scream when you see Lincoln. Johnny Depp. Looks like a little baby PB. Oh. Flip and flop. The board that has the... Oh, he's really cute. Corbin Blue. The board that has the most long-term animals on there was super long compared to when I was there with C-Class. Adoptions are down, intake is up, it's kitten season. So I think I said earlier, Lincoln's already adopted. He just doesn't go to his new home because his parents are on vacation until the 27th. They just needed the display space for the next super adoptable kitty. Crypto. We'll say, they come up with some good names there. Ms. Mini-Me. Aw. The Belchers. Little homie. Yapper. I wonder if he talks. Loud. Cat named Shaq. It better be a big fella. I didn't see him. Aw. Winston Fromage. Stormy and Misty. Mama. She, I remember, was listed up for adoption when I was there with Zeke. She's been there a while. No one adopts black cats. Sad. Well, Electra Rob does, but that's like basically it. Reese. Little Borderlands. Vito. He's so cute. He has a baka face. Daisy. Daisy. She's one of the long-term residents I saw in the paper too. She looks like Marbles. She has that, like, I'm a big hulking lady look to her. I guess he would probably be more recent intake. How many pages am I through? Aww. He's so cute. Doodle won't be up there until he has his intake appointment on the 26th, a week from today. Juno and Jules, Eloise, Plum, Strawberry. Oh, she has a little phantom mask like Daisy. She's cute. Everyone's cute. I'm not gonna say any of them aren't cute unless they're so ugly that they are cute. Tux, Miami, Ariel, He might not even be up there anymore. But Zeke's page was still up for a while after I adopted him. Daisy. Mango James. He sounds really cool. Can someone go adopt him, please? Mango James. Like, I don't know what expectation that sets up, but it sets up some kind of expectation for greatness. Elusive. She's on the long-term list. They must have taken her post down and then reposted her. She's been there a while. Salzburg, Big Bill. Maverick. That's interesting. I feel like you usually see like shepherd dogs named Maverick. That's a cattle dog. Lumi, Zella, Sneakerdoodle, Bryn, Chance, Emily, Doodle, Chet. Oh, maybe his page is down. Does it say how long they've been there? How long has Nugget been there? I don't think it says. I will either find him in the next few pages or we won't. I think I've gone through most of them at this point because I was almost halfway through the 18 pages. Higginbottom. Can someone adopt her too, please? I don't know why, but I feel like she's a her. No, it's a boy, adult male. Adopt him, please. Cowboy Carl. Billy the Kid. Oh, they must have had a whole, like, Western litter. Champagne. Oh, she's pretty. Simba. Marguerite. Baby girl. I didn't see her when I was walking around. They moved her to a different spot. She's definitely been there longer. His listing must be down. That's okay.
May be particularly active. It's advisable.
He's younger though.
Cerebellar hyperplasia inside,
definitely.
unless they have access to a safe and
I'm gonna bring her run a rug upstairs.
Space. Indoor cats need lots of stimulation.
Put that down in there
so
before
sure
I get any
plenty of
further
choices
after this video.
to reduce boredom, and also have all their resources they need, such as litter trays.
Feels so tense. Today was so much adrenaline.
Sadly, there's no cure or treatment for cats with this condition. But the good news is, although they may require
Like in a good way, but
TLC than a cat without these difficulties, they will adapt well to their limitations.
Oh,
and
there's your
should be
feeder,
able to
Zeke.
live a long, happy, and otherwise healthy
And Gunther.
life. For more
Forgot Gunther had the
information,
other one
please
again.
visit our website. There's also plenty more tips and guides on cat care and behaviour on our YouTube channel.
So there's really no difference between like when one of the dogs pulls their leg and I need to put rugs down so that they have traction, and how to take care of this guy. That's easy. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. I'm going to grab a runner rug from downstairs really quick and throw it in there before I forget about it. And then we'll bop in with Peebs and the boy Beebs. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited for you guys to meet them. Just don't get attached to, well, don't get attached to anyone, they're fosters, but don't get attached to Lincoln, he's already adopted. He already got a new mama and daddy. Oh. Oops. Doodle has discovered the countertop. He looks a lot like Tank. Let me see if little guy is still in my bed. He's up on the counter. He's so brave. I'm so proud of him. Oh no, he relocated. Where to? He knocked over a pillow. Whatever he did. Either he's really curled in on my pillow or he moved. But we have unlocked countertop. I promise nothing. Lincoln's cute as fuck. You guys are gonna fall in love with him. We've unlocked countertop. He's very sweet. I have a feeling he was a dumped cat that just like learned to live outside. I don't think he was born feral. He'll come up to you and like nudge you right away. You're sweet. I'm gonna grab a rug. Oh no, my foot's asleep. We're gonna let my foot wake up. And then we're gonna grab a rug. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. And it's mezzo clock, so that's perfect timing. That I did not get to beta test today of changing times of. I didn't even take some of my meds earlier because I didn't want to feel yucky while driving. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. Tomorrow will be an interesting timeline in life. Today was an interesting timeline in life, but tomorrow will be even more interesting. But I have an excuse to allow it to be interesting. It's Serena Day tomorrow. It sounded like I'm excited for it. I'm not really, but it just means that I can be a little more lazy if I want to be. Oh my god, wake up, foot. You're tingly. You're tingly. Wake up. Wake up. I am so proud of him. He's so brave. I had to pee too earlier, and I peed with him. And he didn't freak out when I flushed the toilet like Void still does. I don't think he was born outside. That's going to be my new feral cat test. If you freak out when the toilet flushes, you probably never lived inside. If you don't, then you probably know people. Serena Day and lazy doesn't seem to mix. No, it tends to not, unfortunately. I'm gonna start and pause my timer on what will be like the normal routine and just push through it, because that's what I don't have to do whether I'm tired or not, and that's what I've always done whether I'm tired or not. But when all of the important stuff is done, like taking care of the zoo, I may just flomp down on the floor with the various boys for various periods of time, because why not? Alright, my foot's awake. I'm gonna grab a runner rug for Mr. Lincoln. And then I'm going to see little Peebs. She's upset with me. She's been giving the stink eye on the camera all evening. She's like, Mom, you brought my boys home. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Need water for that. Oh, PB and Zeke got new toys too. Lincoln is just laying on my pillow, and he's a talker, talking to me, as if he is beckoning me to come to bed with him. It would be way too easy to fall in love with him. Oh, I moved the board. I cleaned a little bit last night. I forgot about that. Let's update the board. Again, I will apologize for this all night long. I'm sorry the fans are so obnoxious in the background. Try and figure out a better workaround, like, as we go through the warm season. But Gunther needs the fans on tonight. Gunther requires his fans and his fan. Whatever this is, it's a lie. Today's menu, cats. A lot of fucking cats. Welcome, Nikki. I hope you're having a good night so far. Cats. Hi, Z. Z is the master of the board. He's the executive chairman. Alright, let's go see baby Peebs. Does anyone know what's wrong with my phone? I can stream off of it, but it has no internet connection, my phone itself. The phone bill is paid. It works on Wi-Fi for most things. It's not working with PayPal. It's not working with my feed for certain social stuff. It's not working with Instagram. It's working with Twitter. It's working with Snapchat. It's working with Blue Sky. It's working with internet connection in general. Like, I can go on Safari. I have Wi-Fi. I have service. I paid my bill. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's just been fucking up all day. If anyone's ever experienced that, please tell me what to do. Please. Because I don't know what's wrong with it. Something. But what? Oh, I really shoved this in here, huh? Okay. Oh my god. This is why I don't clean. Just kidding. I do clean, but I'm like a lazy person. So I'm not moving stuff around and then doing that. Good golly, Miss Molly. Maybe try a different browser on it. It's not just the browser. The browser works. Okay? Like, this is madness. I'll show you. Okay, so I have... Oh, that doesn't help. I have Wi-Fi and service. There are bars. The bar is low right now. But I have Wi-Fi. I have service. I can not open my email in front of you guys. I can use the internets. I can go places. Cat stuff. I can press buttons. Browser works. But then I feel insane. Can't post to my Instagram story, and Instagram doesn't work. Everything just spin cycles. Which one specifically told me? I don't want to open PayPal. If I go to my feed on Threads, it says, sorry, something went wrong. If I open the stupid social media app that I like, internet connection error. It's madness. PayPal, get back online. Retry your connection. My brightness keeps going up because of where I'm moving my phone, but there. Like, I looked to see if there was like a Cricket outage or an AT&T outage or like what was going on. I don't know. My phone needs an update, but it's up to date sans for the most recent one, which I think that was only released a couple weeks ago. But that's the only thing that I can think to try, and I have to clear a lot of space to do that. But that's a very good possibility. I guess we'll see. That's my job for Serena Day. Your lazy time has now been upgraded to phone time. Oh, and I can use Discord, but I can't see who's online. No one. Like, it's just weird. Makes no sense why it's being like that. It's rude. I do remember you saying you were a Porsche enthusiast, Nikki. That's awesome. The first racing game you played on PC was Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed. Say that 5 times fast. It sounds very cool. My first racing game was on the PS1. It was Ridge Racer. I loved it so much. I was terrible at it. No, I tested this earlier. I got it to work earlier. Don't junk out on me. I made you work earlier. Thank you. Let's see, wait, what connection is this set to? Because it's been connection hopping too. Okay, it's on the stable list. Most stable one. Where did I put the tripod? Behind me. It's been an interesting day. It's been a day of much and many. But what does anyone do when something is broken? Ask the internet. And flip us over. We're gonna lose audio for a sec. Ooh. Little Gunther. He's so cute. That's where he's been all day. So the fan is behind the board, just blowing at him. Is the board blocking it? Zeke's toy. The things we do for love. There, that's better. 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 One more sip of coffee, and then we hit the road, Jack. Then we do come back. Which one? I did try with airplane mode on and off earlier too, and I tried turning my data on and off. I tried turning my Wi-Fi on and off, and nothing seemed to make a definitive difference. See, that's helpful information. That's important information. That's troubleshooting information. Because I would have never thought of the concept of it being an app permissions problem, which probably is an update issue. I would venture to agree with that now. Even more so. I'll pull up chat for us here. Whatever the song is, I like it. It's giving sleepy Serena energy. Tank test. Tank test. Tanky, tanky, tank test. There's my boy. There's my boy. Oops, let's go. Put in my jacket. I don't know if it's going to be chilly in the world or not, but we'll see. I don't have the air on. Like to keep it off unless Gunther needs it. I'm very fuzzy today. I did not do anything about that, and I'm not going to be doing anything about that. We are the floof today. What is How did I let myself come back too well like this? I'm wearing my glasses for too long. I want spatial differentials. I had to drive back from the rescue without my sunglasses because I didn't know where I put them. I had to be perceived. I had to be perceivable by the world. It was not my ideal jam. Is this holding steady? It looks like it from where I can still see stream over there. If it starts to gargle out on us, please let me know. I don't know what I'll do to fix it, but I'll try something. What? I don't know, but something. Evie got a new toy today. And I got one for Zeke too, because I thought Zeke would like something weird like that, because he likes pipe cleaners. It's a snake. There was a little $2 bin at PetSmart. I had to get litter and dog food. And I got caught by 3 things at the $2 bin. I couldn't help myself. Should I have done that? No. Did I need to spend $6 extra? No. Did I? Yes. Snake. And I got more of the little cat popsicle things for Gunther and Zeke. Give one to Gunther, one to Zeke, one to Mr. Tank, and I guess we'll save one for our new Scrumpy friend, Mr. Doodles. For Christmas, lint rollers, stocking stuffers are always a useful gift. If I actually use them, I just leave the house like this. I have lint rollers, I just don't use them. Only time I use them is like before conventions, if I need to. Yeah, there we go. If I need to be presentable, then I'll use one. Otherwise, I just floof out in the world. I think we're a little sideways. Where did I fix that before? Is this the full rotation? Is it okay if we're just a little sideways tonight? I need that to be okay. A snake. A snake. Maybe it's a snake. What time is it? Okay. Keepers. Just in case of life, hand sanitizer. PB is doing 100,000,000% better on her meds and in her little housey. She is as if nothing ever was wrong. She still has funny poops, but they're less, and that's good. I'm very proud of her for that. Hello, Tiny. Now I need my hands to dry. I'm sorry. Mom goobered that up a little bit. Bloop, 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 bloop. We'll figure out the Freebird cycle as we go. But, this makes her happy for now. We're rocking with it. We just need you to be stable and grow up healthy and get spayed. And you're stepping on club colts. She stepped on you guys. Did you consent to that? Be a healthy baby. Mom! When she pushes me away like that, it reminds me of in The Lion King. Look at all this floof coming out of her. In The Lion King, when Simba's getting groomed, and his mom does like a really big lick on his forehead and like pulls it all the way up. Mom! That's what it makes me think of. I think PB is just gonna ditch me, but I really want you to snake. Oh, there's a tag on it. Whisker City play toy. Snake plush. Oh, I pulled the tag off, but I left the plastic in. Wait, I have a garbage bag over here now. I'm scared. The drawer is the garbage. Welcome, Gummy. Hope you're having a good night so far. How do we... No, don't use your teeth, Serena. You have scissors for that. Keepers! We got you a snake. Where'd you go? think she went that way. She's so sneaky. She's so sneaky. I think she's a little mad at me that we didn't have nap time today. But I did spend about 2 hours in here with her just like laying down being lazy on the couch while I was waiting for a text to go to the rescue. Air's awful today. I can't breathe. Your mother told you about these, but you never got to see one because you were born in the winter. Snake. What about his tail? Is his tail more interesting? What if he just... Oh, what's the language in Harry Potter where they speak snake? I feel like I'm saying that with my parcel tongue. There we go. Don't want none unless you speak parcel tongue. Dun, 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 dun. I don't want none unless you speak parcel tongue. Do 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 do. Slither speak. I guess that's no more silly than parcel tongue. I'll take it. I'll take it. Phoebe, will you take the snake? Oh, your nails are little razors right now. I need to trim those. They're very long. I should know that because she got me, but it's different when you see the little talons. Do 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 do. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head all night. Oops. I feel like she almost appears lethargic, but she's just very, like, calm. I don't think we've ever seen her super calm, except for when she was a sick little baby. I feel bad that I left her frantic for so long. I didn't know. We learn something new with every new day and every new member of the zoo. Which is actually quite true. I'm not exaggerating. We learned about cerebellar hypoplasia today. That's a hard one to say. That's true. She did kind of wake up from nap mode. I don't think she was sleeping very soundly. I think she was kind of like on edge. Not very restfully. The first time Voya had pee-pee problems, probably like a year into me having him. And then he was fine for years up until like recently, obviously. He's a baby girl. We figured it was happening because of the stress of me checking on him like constantly. So interesting fact. I sound like Sheldon Cooper. FIV cats and immunocompromised cats in general do not get full REM sleep. Like they don't hardcore get into that rest mode like a normal cat would. They struggle to do that. Their body just doesn't regulate whatever needs to be firing off in the brain at that time. So me coming in and checking on Voya every 1 or 2 hours because I was obsessed with him and I'm always going to be obsessed with him was actually stressing him out and wasn't allowing him to get a good amount of sleep or have like a good routine. So once I stopped doing that, it more curbed that issue at that point in time, thankfully. So I wonder, even though PB's not immunocompromised, if she wasn't getting like true restful sleep while she was out, and that was putting her more on edge too. She is so cute. You have trouble getting to REM sleep sometimes too? Oh. REM is hard to get into. You have to be like, I feel like super relaxed going into sleep mode. Now I'm just going to play with the snake. You got a pet snake. You have to be super relaxed going into bedtime to actually hit REM. Boop, boop, boop. What if we had a snake? What if? What if? What if? Welcome, cute. I mean, good night so far. I actually got myself 2 new boyfriends today. 4 if you count the snakes, because I got Zeke a green snake toy. PB got a pink one. because she's a girl. Not that we're gender conforming in this house, but there was only pink or green, and I didn't want to get 2 green ones, and I didn't want to get 2 pink ones. She's just bebopping. Bebopping and show-stopping. I got myself 2 new mans today. I think this is the first time we have a new rescue in the house where I haven't made my stream title, Meet My New Man. Bloop, bloop. Probably will when Lincoln goes home. I'm trying to like remember everyone's new names. When Lincoln goes to his new home, and then more than likely, depending on his level of healing, because I don't want him to get like blanket fibers or whatever stuck in there, I'll probably move Doodle into my bedroom. I really wonder if he's gonna end up being FIV positive. Almost every fighting street cat is FIV positive. He loves his food. I have a feeling he got into a fight defending his food bowl. Your cat's name Bebop? Aww. That's very cute. That's adorable. That's very adorable. Bebop is a cute name. Now you gotta adopt another one named Cowboy. That's how that works. If the cat distribution doesn't come to you, Serena will send it. This is such a cool little toy. I wanted to get them the little play snakes like for kids from the Dollar Tree, but I'd worry about them chewing on like the rubber of it. This is a cool idea. Mac. Beebs. She left me. To go where? I don't know. I will say I'm like mildly offended that she doesn't want to spend all of her time with me when I'm in here anymore, but I like seeing her relaxed, and that's better than me serving my ego. Might also be a Ninja Turtle reference. Oh, I don't remember the Turtles that much. What is it reference to? See, now, depending on which, you either need to get 1 more cat named Cowboy, or you need to get 4 more cats with all the names of the turtles, and then possibly a 5th named Pizza. I think that's how that needs to go. There you are. Snake. Snake. Your mom must have told you stories about these. And to get them. Bebop and Rocksteady were Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters. I don't remember anyone outside of the Turtles, I'll be honest. And I barely remember the Turtles' names on a good day, and today is not a good day for remembering. Oh, I'm so happy you got to have more good time with her. That's scary. That's very scary. I know I panic when I can't find anyone. Like, where are you? Where are you? Thank you for not giving up on her. You are an awesome human. You are an awesome human. Didn't really watch the Turtles, but I know that one is Pigman and one is Rhino Man. I don't remember that at all. I didn't ever put it on purpose, but I remember it being on Saturday morning cartoons. But God, if I remember any of the details for it. Minerva, aww. A lot of times when cats pee on things, it's just they've done it once, and you really can't get rid of the smell ever. Like, there's enzyme cleaners that do a good enough job, but the scent never goes away, and that becomes their preferred spot to pee. I feel like female cats tend to be kind of weird about litter boxes, too. Like, they're very, very particular about however it's set up, and then tend to have accidents. There's Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, and then who am I forgetting? I can't remember the 4th one. Good job, PB. You caught the snake. Aw, you did such a good job taking care of her. 4 pounds. That's like as big as PB now. He's so little. He's just a little baby. Just a little baby. Here, get the snake. 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 Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. She's smart, though. She tends to go after things when they're still. Aw, good girl for number twos. Oh, we know the P-pad life. I feel for you. I feel for you on a deep spiritual level. She's like, yeah, I already got it. It's good. Don't chew on the plastic, though. It's a new thing. She wants to chew on the plastic on the couches. We've gone full old people mode in here. I did, Bat. I think we are one box dye and one bleaching away from the blonde that I want to get to. You are awesome to take care of the community cats. Need more. She went back in the house. Need more humans in the world to help our little community kitties. One of the fosters I picked up today is Petey's little puppy friend. She's been snuggling with her kitty friend in there. One of the fosters I picked up today is a community cat who got really beat up by other community cats. And I can't say no to him either, so he's in my bathroom. So I get it. I get it. 8 p.m. sharp. The outdoor kids are looking for me. Dude. I'm so glad that Guy Fieri came back. I can't believe he did. I thought he would be so mad at me for holding him hostage for like a month. But then it was okay. He came back. He still loves me. Do. He like wants to pet the snake, not play with the snake. She's confused. Oh, thank you. It's a fun little in-between color. I don't know if it's available by you, but I just feed my outdoor kids Meow Mix. Like, it's effectively McDonald's, but it still meets their caloric needs, and it's good enough. Would I love to give them the best? Absolutely. But do they get Meow Mix? Absolutely. I completely understand. Guy Fieri can never say no to a good meal. That's true. He does love his food. He never played with any of the toys that I gave him in here. He zoomed around a little bit, but he mostly just wanted to eat and sleep and poop. He was very cute. I'm not a vet. I just volunteer with rescue stuff, either through a rescue or of my own insanity. PB is of my own insanity. And I have a feral cat that I'm socializing of my own insanity. But the two fosters we're going to meet tonight, the two boys, they are through a rescue that's local-ish in the Chicagoland area. I'm too pussy to be a vet because I would not be able to do the difficult, like, surgical things, and yeah, I just wouldn't. I don't think it's that I couldn't do it, I would just never feel confident enough to do it. And I would beat myself up so hard if I couldn't save every animal that I ever met. Veterinarians have one of the highest suicide rates in all genres of work. Probably for that reason. And I would emotionally just backfire. Aw, little scrump. Definitely a very brave job. And there she goes. Couch time or window time? Time will tell. I think it's window time. I can't get over in that picture I posted in Discord how much she looks like she has a towel on her head. I was cackling at that. It's not that they don't have emotion. Like, they're very passionate and caring for animals. At least my veterinarian is. But you have to be able to, like, flip a switch in your brain and kind of, like, detract from the situation to be able to do a good job at it, and I can't do that. I can't do that, Mr. Snake. What should we name him or her? I feel like he or she deserves a name. I love her. She's insane. Insane snake posse. Sir Hiss. Well, Zeke has a green one, though. We just haven't given it to him yet. I feel like that would be a good name for that one. Madam Hiss. What do you think about that name? Madam Hiss. I should get a little, like, bird cat toy like this. I think we actually have a couple. And, like, start socializing myself to birds with it. Like I'm doing with the snake. I feel like just these last 10 minutes have made me more confident with snakes. I had to rescue a snake from Ringo today in the yard today, and that was troublesome. Thankfully, his mouth is so big that the little guys just go between his teeth instead of on them. Sir Hiss sounds cute. Be Ka from the Jungle Book. Oh, that's true. You could. What do those eyes tell you? Are those Ka eyes? Oh my goodness. Mr. Snake and Mrs. Snake. Ka. 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 Feel like I'm just saying car in like a East Coast accent. I'm getting more play out of the snake than PB is. It's a marvelous fidget toy. If anyone wants a really great fidget toy, they're $2 at Petco or PetSmart right now. Come here, Scrump. Scrumdiddlyumptious. Come get your snake. I didn't mean to throw it that far or close to you. Sorry, kind of like threw that at you. I have no aim. I don't know how to throw, and that was left-handed. There's many excuses there. Immersion therapy for dealing with birds. You never know when you're going to be called upon for robin rescue again. Kind of. I mean, you're not wrong. You're being funny, but you're not wrong. You getting the snake over, dear? You getting him? Are you getting him? Eddie gonna get you. Eddie gonna get you. Couch time. Couch time. Couch time. Couch time. Aw, poor kid. Humidifiers definitely helped mine in the winter before. That's very possible. Another thing I do when they're having like a hard time breathing a little bit is like I take them in the bathroom with me and then run either like the shower or the bath and kind of do like a sauna. And the steam helps. Kind of like a hardcore humidifier. Gunther's the opposite. We're blasting fans because his asthma is acting up. So in the stream room, it's loud. And there she goes. There she goes. You dingbat. I love her. Oh, and Doodle has a TikTok tail, which I didn't understand at first, but he has a TikTok tail like Voya. So you guys are gonna think he's annoyed with me, which we'll find out at whatever point if he smacks me, if he is annoyed at me. But he has a TikTok tail. It's adaptive. It's amazing. Hi, baby. And definitely don't force her into it because that would be stressful, and stress makes breathing harder for them. But if she'll tolerate it, I've done that with a couple of my boys before. And there she goes. And she's off. And she's off. Nice thing. Keep him as a pet friend. Actually, I think it's trendy in some Asian country right now. Oh yeah, PB, you get that cord. Like if you have a crossbody bag to wrap a little plushie around it, like they're making one specifically for it. It's like the post Labubu trend. whatever the Labubu trend actually was. I don't know. I feel like that's very on brand for that. The tripod is being stubborn tonight, or I'm just tired. I don't know which. Either I have fumble fingers or it's being stubborn. Either is possible. Come get the snake. Come get the snake. Cats get so weird when they've been outside for a little bit too. Like they get so almost like overwhelmed and disoriented by the being outside versus inside, like the sudden change, that they almost revert to like a somewhat feral state. It's very frustrating because like you lose your dog gets out and you see him and he's like, oh, hey mom, hey dad, I'll come right back to you. But a cat gets out and then they're like persnickety when they end up coming back home. And it's difficult to capture them because they like start not adapting to the streets, because that's a terrible way of putting it. Like they're not adapting to it, but they're overwhelmed by all of the change. They're in fight or flight mode. That's terrifying. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. One of my cats got out once for like 5 minutes and he didn't even leave the back porch, thankfully. But that was like the worst experience of my life. And now I psychotically head count where everyone is. Because, oh my god, we're never doing that again. Never again. Oh, window watcher. Oh, the yawns are starting. They're starting already. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Aw. You want some? Oh, I thought she was going in for love, but we're crazy mode now. Beebs. Snake's gonna bite you in the butt. She's so special. I love her. Oh wait, snakes don't make good weird sounds. You're on the curtains. No, you're behind the curtains. You're so goofy. You're so goofy. I'm just glad she's safe with you now. Tell her I said don't do that again. Don't be. Oh, dang, girl. Where are you going with that? We indoor only. Never again. You are so silly. Phoebe, what if? I feel like you're gonna get tangled in this because I've made a mess out of the curtains. You need to fix those in the morning. So now you can fly around behind the bedsheet curtain. She's gonna get it. She's gonna get it. She got it. And she runs away so proud of herself. I know I took away your hide. I'm sorry. I can't pull it anymore. It'll all fall down. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck, Mom? What the fuck? I love tuxedo cats and cow cats. They're sweeties. They're very, very sweet. Though Charlie's a little bit of a sassy sarsaparilla. A little mustache girl. Maybe it's the mustache that makes the tuxedos and the cow cats sassy. She'll give you a kiss. She love you. A kiss from the wife of Sir Hiss. It's like, I don't want her smooches. I don't want to snake smooches. I'm glad you like this, but I really thought you'd be more into it. Paid $2 for this. You know how many dollars you make? None. You didn't buy this. It's a gift. Enjoy it. That's very bad parenting. I need to do better than that. PB, I purchased this for you because I love you. And it is for you to either enjoy or just to exist with. I feel like she would like it if I attached it to like a wand toy. I mean, obviously that's his tongue. Obviously. We could pull him around like that. I think I have a broken one somewhere that I can tie to the end of it. Babes! Since her pupils and her breath getting faster, and I love watching her. It's like watching a slow-mo tank that's like baby-sized. It's nice. Aw, yours is an attention gremlin. That's funny. Big talker, showstopper. Well, I guess Gunther's a big talker. I'm just used to him talking, so I don't really realize he talks anymore. He doesn't meow annoyingly, he just says, Mama? 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 That's very cute and silly. It's very cute and silly. Much like you, Peebaroo. Put him on your tail. Will she retrieve it? Is she a retriever cat? He's still. That's your moment. He's vulnerable. Get him. Get him. She's so silly. She cracks me up. She's so weird. She's so weird. I'm such an odd bird. What's so interesting outside, Peebs? What's happening there? Hi. She's a simple girl. This is her game of the night. I really don't even need to be involved in this. You're too independent. Let me love you. Miss Independent. Miss Independent. Oh. You got your butt. You got your butt. You got your butt. You got your butt. Psycho tac mode. She's so awkward. That's your tail over there. She saw her tail on the other side of the curtain. She's trying to climb behind the curtain. She's not gonna get very far. She's too small. And she's off. She's so funny. I will talk cats all day long, probably to the point of the literal annoyance of everyone. We're gonna be very, very cat heavy on the stream tonight. Yeah, I kills it, and I kills my tail. I think that's her mindset. I really think so. She's a weird one. She's so sweet and so wonderful, and I love her so much, but I'm so curious what she'll be like as an adult, because she's not like any kitten that I've ever met in my life. I don't even know where she went now. She just left me with the potty pads and the snake and the couch. Like, thanks. Can't get over how big these are. I thought I was buying the biggest ones before. These are like half the length of a twin bed. The extra large ones or whatever they are. There she is. My little piece of trim that's my makeshift coaster in here for having my coffee. I stashed the coasters somewhere at some point. I don't remember where. So it's a piece of trim that my dad let me take for a sample for a project that I was doing to see if I wanted to use that. Like 3 or 4 years ago. And I had it in the drawer in here, and that's my coffee coaster. Can't let the hot and the cold get on the nice furniture. But you know the cat can go on it. She can go anywhere. You can do whatever you want, PB. I love her so much. She's so little and cute. I feel bad that I kind of disrupted her routine today. I didn't really disrupt anyone else's, but hers a little bit. We only hung out from like, 3:30 to like 5:30. I think I got the text around like 5:45. I guess that's about normal time. So I'd sleep with her for like 2 or 3 hours. He's so silly. Little scrump. Scrumdiddlyumptious scrump. How did you know I want coffee? I know I was just talking about coffee, but like subliminally. Cydronics, how did you know? Well, I always want coffee, to be fair, but I'm craving my cuppa. I might grab it and sip some with her before we bop in with Lincoln. I want to call him Link. That makes more sense in my head. With Link and Dude. Doodles. Doodles the dude. But if you spelled it Doodles like dude, it would be Duddles. And he's not Duddles, he's Doodles. He's dude with leet speak. D00D. I am gonna grab my coffee. I am gonna grab my cuppa. I've been tempted into this by my own needs. Phoebe, you're in charge. She's Phoebe Peeberoni. She is the cutest bean. I love her oh so much. I'm coming right back. I love you. Hey, baby. Gunther took over my chair. He's modding from the command center. Yo, baby peeps. I saw there was replies in when I looked at the computer really quick and just letting you guys know. I won't know if you're talking to each other or me because I'm on Restream with both chats instead of just Kick where I can see. I would assume that I could see it on Twitch too, but I don't remember. Dude. He's the dude. He's a little dude. Something about the brown and white feral friends just make me want to call them Lebowskis. This is the coffee I was looking for. I meant to pour it into my other cup that betrayed me the other night and I forgot, so cheers. Make it happen. I think she's behind me. Nope, she went somewhere else. Nope, she is behind me. Just invisible. Now she's going out. Little crazy girl. Trying to Jedi mind trick you. Are you still on your no coffee cycle, Cyogenics? Little Scrump in her toy box. Scrump is my word of the day. Scrump means frumpy and cute. I don't know if scrump is actually a word or not. If it is and it means something else, that's not my fault. I plead the fifth. But scrump is my word of the day. Everyone is going to be a scrump tonight. I forewarn you all. I'm gonna finish out this month and then you'll be back to the nectar of the gods. You got this. Stay strong. Because I am weak. Stay as strong as the coffee should be. Ah, Savannah. What are you doing? Feliz Navidad. Merry Christmas. PB. I think that's the best and worst brainworm that I'll ever have. Shout out to the nephew on the staircase. What are you doing? You're silly. She looks like she moves with purpose, but I don't think she knows what she's doing either. She's just doing things. I think she's starting to map now, so it's probably time to get back to tent soon. Not that I don't want her to be curious. I do. I just don't want her to be stressed. What do you think, PB? She seems like she's trying to figure out the world more than, oh, I was going to say more than just observing it as she sits down. That's an awkward way to sit. You're like barely on the edge of the couch. Is that comfortable? If you're peeing, I'll scream. Please don't be peeing. We'll find out in a moment, I guess. I was looking at what she was watching. That scared me. She's watching branches rub up against branches that I need to trim, rub up against the window. But all of a sudden, I saw something move like that. It scared me. Like, what the fuck? But that's what she's watching. I don't think she's peeing. I hope not. Nope. We're good. We have another pee-free day. Well, an inappropriate pee-free day. She's still peeing otherwise. She's healthy. Might have to give her a tryout of the tent once her meds are finished, so you can know if it was the meds or the claustrophobic kitty. I did text my vet, like, with periods of, like, improvement updates, and he wants her to stay on the course of them for now. How many more days do we have? Ringo gets his shots Thursday. So on Thursday, I'll pick up more meds because she has 3 days of the steroid left. And I think he's going to want to try a couple more weeks of the steroid. So once she's, I'm thinking once she's a couple weeks on the steroid, we'll try more extended out times. And then from there, kind of, what are words? Decipher whether it's the space or internal issues, like the steroid controls it, or a combination of the two, or it's literally just the tent. I don't know. I think at that point I'll be comfortable trying it though. Because I would like to know what is the differentiating factor. Welcome, Smoops. Hope you're having a good night so far. Happy Tuesday! I have a snack. I like this thing. I wish I got a third one for me, kind of. I don't know, I could just watch Counter-Strike and, like, fidget with this all day. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. The other option, too, is to move her into my bedroom after Lincoln goes home. And then deep clean in here. And have doodly dude in here. I don't know about that. PB seems more comfortable in my bedroom, but everything's already set up for her in here. But I don't know. We'll see when we get to that phase in life. Oh, I can make him like a snake eating his own tail. How's that for the psychology of the evening? I was not of the fidget spinner lot. I'm actually bad at fidget spinners. I fidget with them and I drop them. My nephew got super into them, like when they were really like just out and super cool. He got really into them, so they were present. But I didn't really get much satisfaction from playing with them. I don't know where she went. Somewhere. He says, nom nom tail. It's been okay, but you had something weird happen to you. You're checking your email and you got one from your old high school art teacher. Thought maybe it was about a reunion or something. And clicked the link in the email and it turns out to be a virus. Oh shit! So someone spoofed your old art teacher. That's weird as fuck. I'm so sorry. Ew, people are weird. For shame. That's not cool. I'm glad it got detected, though. That would not have been good long term. You had started downloading an X file, you knew it was a phishing thing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's creepy though. They must have known some information about you, like somehow, somewhere, to be able to get your email and like school, art teacher. People are weird in the world. I don't understand the scammer mentality. Like the amount of time that you put into fucking someone over or trying to fuck up someone's life, you could just put that same amount of time and effort into bettering your own life and being a responsible human being. Like it takes quite, as someone who has looked people up before, it takes quite a bit of work to find out all of the information that you may or may not be looking for. I run back. She just fell off the couch. I run background checks. PB, what you doing? What you doing? Guessing the school email got hacked. Oh, that's a good point. That's still disturbing, but a little less disturbing than like your information floating around out there. That's creepy. Oh no. Medical device toy. So I'm just gonna start playing with like hemostats or something. That's fucked. I'm so sorry that happened. That's creepy. That's uncomfortable. I feel like it would be so nice to like hear from nice teachers too. If that were me, I would have been so excited to get that email and then so upset when it turned out to not actually be real contact. Aw. That's no bueno. People are shady. Shady, shady, shady. Why would you hack a school though? I mean, like, teachers and students are mostly broke. Like, some aren't, but in general. That's like pennies to the dollar hacking. Scammer mindset really isn't so targeted. More cast a wide net and see what they catch. Oh, that makes sense. I guess in my mind, there's like a handful of, well, there's more than a handful, but just people that don't feel like doing anything better with their lives. And they're like, I'm going to type in this random name in Google, and then something comes up, and okay, how can I fuck this person over and pretend to be their niece or nephew or grandma or grandpa or teacher or whatever. In my mind, it's more targeted, but that makes a lot of sense. That would be more widespread. Well, you just send 1,000 scam emails and see what bounces back. Thinking about messaging some high school friends to see if they got anything. That would be a good idea. Because they might be less computer savvy and get in trouble with it. Trouble, trouble. You're low-key excited to hear from them. Oh, should reach out to them too and say, just so you know, your email is problematic. Oh, peeps. Most of them, they get lists of emails from the dark web leaks. Oh, so whenever I get an email or like a piece of mail, usually not an email, I would say like a text message or a piece of mail saying like, your information has been leaked. All of those places, that's all a list that's probably ended up on the dark web then, more than likely. I've gotten so many of those. So many. Boop, 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 boop. I really do like the snake like way too much. I shouldn't have bought it. You gonna go Tinky in the big girl box? We've got moving on box number 2. We're gonna try to do things. Largely from data breaches. Damn, my information is out there like a million times over then. Oh well. What are you gonna take from me? I'm just rich in cats. I ain't got nothing else. It's not a healthy, safe perspective, but I'm so sorry that happened, Smoops. I feel for you. People are stinky. Stinky, stinky. If I were you, though, I would definitely reach out to, like, classmates that you got along with, and maybe even the teacher, too, of, like, did you experience this? Good job, PB! Good girl! She really does respond to, like, the being told that she's doing good. Kind of like a dog, and you're potty training them, like, oh, good boy. Good poops. She does kind of respond in the same way. She likes being told she did good. Can I potty train you? No, you have to be a good cat and just use the litter box on your own yourself. It has to come naturally to you. Either it was meant to be or it's not. Ooh, that's exciting! I've had that sitting on the bedroom PlayStation for a while, wanting to get into it. It looks really cool. There's a fox on the cover, isn't there? La Noire. How are you enjoying it? Dang it indeed. God dang it, Bobby. Alright, couple more sips of coffee and then we'll go say hey to Lincoln. Linky boy. Linky boo. He was very talkative on the ride home. Like, it's okay, Link. 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. 2 more minutes. 2 more stop signs. I blew a stop sign tonight. There's a stop sign that I have to remind myself that it's there, like, half a mile from my house in a way that I rarely go. Like, mostly I only take that way to go to Naws. So coming back home, well, going there, I stop at it, and coming back home, I missed it, and I wasn't about to slam on the brakes with 2 cats in my car. I slowed down enough to be able to, like, look both ways and proceed safely, but I blew a stop sign today. I will be honest with the world. For as much as I bitch at people not stopping at stop signs, I'm ashamed. I blew a stop sign today. But it was for the greater good, so the cats aren't traumatized. But I blew a stop sign today, and I'm not proud of that. I feel like you guys are like either my dad or my therapist right now that I'm revealing that to. It's sensitive information. Where are you gonna climb to? It's been fun so far, although you're not that great at it. I bet you're way better than I would be at it. That makes me intimidated to try it. Smoops can't do it. Serena certainly can't. You have to try and read the emotions of the NPC's faces to see if they're lying. I have no idea what face they're trying to make half the time. Well, they're animals. It's animal characters, right? Are you supposed to understand the entirety of their expressions? Hello, pot, meat, kettle. Exactly. I fucked up. I will reveal to the world that I have fucked up. I did not stop at the stop sign. Maybe those other stop sign runners are ferrying cats as well. You know, I may consider that in the future. Maybe a little bit, like 1%edly. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I know there's another game that I downloaded at the same time I did to LA Noire, and it had a fox on the cover of it. Never mind. No, not Wolf Among Us. Although that one was good. Aren't we still waiting for the second one to come out? I think. I don't think it's out yet. I think it's been waiting for a while. I don't know what the game would be. And the PlayStation isn't connected right now. The Roku thing is. It was something with a fox on the cover. I don't remember what the name of it could be. But in my head, they were the same thing for a moment. Hi, Beebs. Oh, you don't want no love tonight. Ain't got no love for these hoes. No love. No love for these hoes. I did like The Wolf Among Us, though. I think I've played through it twice on stream. I haven't played it in a long time. Last time I would have played it on stream would have been pre-kick days. Do, 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 do. Oh, now we got some love for these hoes. Okay, let's go. Let's go. You need to see your license and cat ferrying card. Kind of. This is a citizen's arrest. I don't know. It was the way I did it was different though. Here I am, like defending my poor actions. You know, when someone like rolls a stop sign, it's different than like, oh no, I didn't see it or I can't stop for that. Like it's a different kind of slowing down. Like it's an almost stop and then go versus, oh, I'm gonna gradually slow down just a little bit and then okay, back to normal speed. It was very embarrassing though. I was upset. Tails Noir! That's what it was. Oh, I scared Pigs. Oopsies. She's not used to a stream Serena voice yet. Oopsies. Oopsies. That is exactly what it's called. Thank you. I never opened it up, but it looked cute and it sounded very interesting. So I have no idea what the actual gameplay of it is, but thank you! You guessed it perfectly. Tails Noir. It's a fox on the front. Cat fairing card? Surely it's a badge. Just go around with a put on with the dog clicker, like a little identification card or like a neighborhood watch card, enforcement card. I need to see your cat. Go up to the window. Ma'am, sir, do you have a cat in this vehicle? Shine the flashlight like the officer did to Voya. I feel so bad that I exposed my son to that. Oh my goodness. Had to do some Googling. I appreciate the Googling because I could not remember the name of it for the life of me. I could not for the life of me. The snake is eating his own tail. Alright, Petey. It's tent time. I want to put this in with her, but I'm afraid of her having this by herself. I am way too overly paranoid about potentially eating or getting stuck on things, but I feel like it's better to be overly paranoid and overly cautious than underly because you never know. I don't know. I want to put, oops, I mean to throw it. It's a slingshot. I want to put it, oh, I can play with her like that. Oh, it went far. I think she would like having it in with her, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I could cut it off, but then it's not, he has no tongue anymore. I'm taking away his voice, his autonomy. Her voice, her autonomy. Look her in the eye and tell her that. Look her in the eye and tell her you're gonna cut her tongue off. Is it that easy? No. Having like a flashbacks to my aunt when my niece and nephew were very little. And I don't remember what my nephew did, but he did something that upset the cat. And my aunt turned around and had Flash in her hands, their cat, and held him up and just looked at my nephew and said, "You look him in the eye and you tell him you're sorry." We're just cracking up in the background. I don't remember what it was. I think he might have splashed him with some water or something. Like, it was something very innocent. It wasn't like he pulled his tail or did something mean. My niece and nephew have always been very, very respectful of animals from a young age, which I thought was marvelous and beautiful. But you look him in the eye and you tell him sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, you can't do it looking him in the eye because then you feel bad. Pulls on your emotions. Go get the snack, Petey. Go get it. Yeah, how would she slither speak without her tongue? She would just parcel. There would be no tongue. Alright, Sissy Lala. Adabadabadabadaba. 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 Come here, you scrunky gremlin. Oh my goodness. That was dramatic. That was very dramatic. Ow, you're digging. Ow, 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 Petey. Girl. That was incredibly painful. Go eat your food. Who's gonna eat? Ow, she got me so good. You can be out for another minute. I need to look in the mirror. Ow, girl. You stabbed me. I don't think it's gonna bleed, but it might bleed. Yeah, I don't want to go to bed. I don't want bedtime. You're such a stink. I shouldn't have put her down or let her go back out more. Oh, she knows. Maybe that's kind of a good sign, though. I have noticed the last couple of nights she's less, like, she's still happy in there, but she's less willing to go in than during the day. Maybe she's finally turning into real cat hours. I feel like she's more active at night than during the day. Now she's playing with a toy under there. You have your fun for a minute. That really hurt. I need to cry in my head for a minute. Ow. She got me with her back nails. They're very sharp. They're very sharp! Oh my goodness. PB, need my emotional support snake now. Snake. That's the one. That's the one who maimed me. I'd rather you slime me than maim me. I don't know what you would, well, I don't know what you would slime me with. Maybe I don't prefer that. We'd have to find out, and I don't think I want to find out. PB. She just plays with her toys so innocently. Not a care in the world. Ooh, this thing is being stubborn tonight. Do I need to, like, mineral oil the hinge for it or something? Lube it up. She left us. She left us on red. What do we do about that? Hi. Get your snake friend. Get your snake friend. It's a flying snake. I'm gonna lure her in with the snake. I don't ever want to force her in there. That's mostly why I put her down. Like, I don't want to feel like she has to go in there. Try and do it, like, neutrally. She was pouting earlier, though. Every time I was checking her on the camera when I got back with the boys, she's like making this, like, glaring face into the corners. To get it. To get it. Oh, excuse me. That was a soulful yawn. That yawn felt relaxing. I feel like I detensed my shoulders with it. You can do it. She's so thoughtful with her every move. Like, we need David Attenborough to be narrating her thoughts right now. The elusive PB. The elusive peanut butter pants. Go get the damn snake. You and your kitten attention spans. You did it. Get the snake. You're bouncing it like a basketball. Whoops. I love you, peepers. You relaxy little monkey. And hold your this thing. There you go. How better. Now you're just gonna lay down? Okay. You're so dramatic for nothing, Phoebe. Bowl's all good. Yes, yes. She's been so good about eating wet food now, too. I am marveled. And the steroid is going to increase her appetite and make her drink more, too. But I'm so glad that she's finally eating wet food. All cats should eat at least a little bit of wet food. It's good, because cats are often chronically dehydrated. Going to sit. I'm going to make a little more coffee and nuke it. And then we'll bop in with, or actually backwards order. I'm going to put you all in charge of Link, little Lincoln. I'm gonna make a little bit more coffee and we'll sip some with him. So I'm not gonna bring my cup into the bathroom with dude. Doody doody doodle. I can see him being a foster fail already, and I'm gonna try so hard not to. I'm gonna try really, really hard. Hi. Hello, big talker showstopper. Hello. He's a very big talker. He will probably have a lot to say. Hi, sweet boy. Hi, sweet boy. Cats are so dumb. I love them. I'm a stranger. And he's just like, love me. Love me. I love cats. They're so dumb. You're so smart, but they're so dumb. I coming right back, Papa. Hold on. Hold on. I make a little more coffee. Hey, sweet boy. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Hello, Weeble Wobble. Hello, Weeble Wobble. You can see it the most when you pet him. Like, not really visible when he's walking around, but when you pet him, he's like, wah, 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 wah. Hi, you're so cute. You're so scrumpy and cute. I'm gonna make a little more coffee, Papa. Hold on. Hold on, Leaky boy. Sneaky link. I love the smell of hand sanitizer and coffee in the morning. Hi. You sweet fellow, let my hands dry real quick, okay? Hi. I know, I want to pet your butt. I just need my hands to dry. I don't want to cover you in alcohol. I had to pee, so I stopped in with the dude. He is so loving. So loving. Well, he's so loving too, but oh my god. He was rubbing up on me while I was in there. Like, oh my god. And then I went to flush the toilet and he acted like he wanted to take a drink. And I was like, sir, that is not the lemonade you are searching for. Hello. So he definitely has been in a house before. Not that any kitty deserves to be a street kitty, but good God, if you've lived in a house, you definitely do not deserve to be a street kitty. Hello. I need to put another rug over here before bedtime. I think it's good to have the one in front of the litter box, even though that'll be a bitch to clean, but it's only like 8 days. It's fine. Hi, buddy. Here, let's do love on the rug. I don't know which rug, whichever rug you think is best. Because you're wobbling. I have a small... Well, this should be long enough to where I can put one more long one. Hi. I think he looks very young. If I wanted to big stretch and plug my phone in instead of having the light on. I know. I just scooped you up today like the crazy lady I am, and here we are, huh, boy? He is so sweet and loving. I am so glad he's getting adopted. They are going to love him. Like, he is one cat that will not be returned. He is so sweet. I don't think there's anything. I don't think he has a mean bone in his body. I don't think there's anything he could do that would be deterring. You're so sweet and wonderful, and you got this funny little walk. He just wobbles about. You just be wobbling. Wobbling and warbling. There you go, boob. Come here. Come here. I got a couple toys in here. I gotta grab him some more toys before bedtime. So we just have Strawberry and Rolly Ball in here. I'm selfish. The other toys were special for Voya, and they don't ever get put out again. Oh, he's a happy boy. He's a happy boy. He was laying on my pillow earlier. Were you laying on my pillow? Yes. 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 Oh, plump. He did a plump. Plump, plump. Hello, buddy. Oh, he is so darling. Why'd you get up and follow me? I was bringing us closer. I was bringing us closer. Hi. Come here, Stinks. Little stinkabinks. Muscles! Ugh. That was very awkward. Hey, boob. Hey, boob. So cute. That's coffee. We don't drink that. That's Mama's. Just Mama's. He's kind of short and squat. He looks a little munchkin-y to me. I don't know. Come here, Boobala. It might just be the way he walks. No free butts. But his front legs are short too. He seems to have really good dexterity with his front legs. His back legs are what goes like wonky. He does not seem like he is as wobbly as he's been loving Bird TV. He is definitely not like the worst case that I've seen on Instagram. He really holds his balance quite well. Like, he keeps himself from toppling over pretty well. I would say he has an extremely mild case, but I don't really know much about CH. We're gonna learn. Because maybe one day one of your CH cousins will be a foster friend. You never know. You never know. I like when the birds flap their wings really hard and it sounds like... like there's a horse. That makes me happy with bird TV. Hi, Woobles. He basically just looks like he has an extremely happy butt, like, all the time. Hi, Plump. Look at his legs, though. They're so short. They're like as big as Peebee's, but he's bigger than Peebs. Are you giving me kisses? I'm loved. No wonder you got adopted. You're perfect. Horse bird TV. You gotta take the little things in life. I don't really like bird sounds. I find it kind of itchy in my head periodically, but I power through it. I tough it out for the kits, because that's what mamas do. But it's the little things in life. You gotta pretend you're hearing horses sometimes. Oh, just a happy boy. It's a very happy boy. It's a very happy boy. Your nails are long. Maybe you'll let me trim them before you go home. He gets adopted at 2 p.m. and I'm supposed to bring him at like 1:55 p.m. And it's like, I don't think that's time for them to trim his nails. I'm going to try to do his nails before he goes home. Are you stuck? Yeah, we need to do your nails. Because he's got stuck in the pillow. That's not good. You can't lose your balance like that. I guess the litter box isn't as tall as I was thinking. It looks like he's walked around in it. I'll check before bed if he's gone. It does have tall sides. I mean, it's covered. I think you have short legs, though. Your tail's going to get caught on that again, I'm sure. There we go. Hi. Hi. Oh. Bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, you do bellies? You do kind of. The birds, though. Burbs. I put the pillow there because he was wobbling a little bit while he was jumping up to the TV earlier. So it's saying if you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. Hear wing flaps, think horses, not birds. Exactly. I've never heard that saying about horses, not zebras, though. What is the secret meaning behind that? Like, if you ever see something coming your way that is going to be good, don't think it's more rare or special than what it probably is. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean, Tiny Bean? Hi. Hello. Hello. You got apples? Let me pick those. I know, it's just your coloring. My bad. My bad. He's like Voya. On one side of his eye, it looks permanently boogie because it's just slightly darker there. Just saying about leaping to conclusions. Horses are more probable, so it's probably horses. I like that. Now if we hear paws in the house, we're going to think kitties, not wild panthers, not wild snow leopards. Hi. Hello. Hello, you have such white teeth. You're definitely a baby. I would guess he's at most like 1.5 years. He's a young fella. And it looks like you got neutered pretty early because you don't have very big treble puffs that are left over. You don't have, he has small empties. If we see the rear end of Doodle, another graphic caution, I guess, he has weird looking testicles. We're going to figure out what's going on with that at his exam next week, but either they're just funny looking or something weird is going on there. It doesn't seem to be bothering him, so we're not super worrying about it at the moment, but he got weird balls and his neck is all ripped open. If that bothers anyone, you don't want to be here for the next cat segment. Full disclosure. Otherwise, I think he's healthy other than that. He has a little sniffle. But he just needs to eat some good food, have some good coat conditioning, get some good brushing, he'll be a handsome boy in no time. He's already a handsome boy, but he'll be even more handsome. You are a lover boy. You are such a lover boy. He does the softest love bites. I barely felt that at all. Oh, you're such a good boy. You are going to be so loved for the rest of your life. Oh my goodness. You're going to have so much fun tromping around, prancing around with your little pimp walk, owning the place. You're going to be so cute that you're going to get fat because no one's going to be able to resist giving you treats. You're going to be so cute that you're never going to have a moment in life that you don't get petted. You're going to be so loved. Aww. He's such a good boy. He's going to be so loved. He's a perfect cat. I mean, every cat is a perfect cat, but he is like, if he were a comic that we were grading right now, he is like 10 out of 10 perfect cat. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. Everyone having a good night so far? Where you going, wobbly boy? Why am I sitting on the rug? You need the rug. That's smarter. Work smarter, not wobblier. Hello, handsome. Come here. Hi. Oh, he minimized us. Why do all of the cats control my chat? Aw, he's a good boy. Are you a lap kitty? Oh, you're a roller polar kitty. Hi. Hi. See, you just met me. I'm not ready to commit to the lap yet. Fair. Oh, you got a happy leg. Oh, you happy leg. Oh my goodness. All the kittens want to be a part of the stream team. Aw. They're just fulfilling their roles within the Stream the Dreams project. Hello. 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 You're such a handsome boy. Oh, he's so zenned out right now. Oh my goodness. You're happy. You're just happy boy. You're gonna be so loved. You're such a good boy. You are gonna have the best time at your new home. This is a cool part of fostering that I never considered. Like taking in an animal that's already been adopted just for the timeline before they go home again. Like if people are on vacation, which his people did have a vacation pre-planned. Hi. And just letting them, one, like settle into like what a home is like, even though their new home will be different before going home, and two, to make more space in the shelter. I like that part of it. I really love the rehabilitation portion of rescue. I feel like that's the part that like calls to me the most. Hence the other guy, dude. But this is a cool part that I never considered. In the more overwhelming times of life, I hope I'm considered for this again. Because that way someone new gets to go in your kennel tonight and be out on the adoption floor tomorrow and maybe find their forever home. Yes. Yes. Oh, he's such a good boy. Yeah, your nail just got stuck again. You need your nails trimmed really bad. You got claws. You got claws. You got Santa Claus. You're going to have your first Christmas with your family this year. You're going to have your first 4th of July. You're going to have your first graduation day. I don't know what other holidays are in June. No free butts. Good boy. He tucked his tail. Smart fella. No, you can't drink my coffee. Sorry. I covered my coffee with my hand like this, and then he started rubbing on it. So I moved my hand over, and then he went back to wanting my coffee. Son. I mean, not my son, but son. He is very interested in my coffee. I mean, he got pulled from the euthanasia list, I guess, in Calumet City. And if he was brought in February, he probably spent about at most 30 days at the county shelter in Calumet City. So he's probably been in a kennel since like the beginning of the year. Hi, buddy. I'm going back for the birds. Oh no, we got an ear scritch. We got an ear scritch. Whether he's seen now we gotta lick some ass. He's probably seen a coffee cup before. Well, I don't know if he was ever a house cat. He seems awfully well adjusted to the house cat life, and he was sleeping on my pillow earlier. But he probably hasn't seen like a people cup with access to in a good 5 months. I think at that point anyone would sniff the cup. I would sniff the cup if I hadn't seen a cup for 5 months. I will say also, I think coffee is like a good smell for animals. As gross as this is, when I'm grooming dogs, I won't chew gum. I'll just have my straight up coffee breath. And when a dog is misbehaving or like being kind of stubborn or whatever it is, I'll just, and they get like really, really interested in the smell of my coffee breath. I'm sure it's not pleasant, but they get really interested in it. And it's like a magic, like hypnotic thing for about the next 3 seconds, which sometimes that's all you need. But that's my secret weapon when working with animals is coffee breath. So I think there's something about the smell that they're somewhat attracted to, whether it's a good way or a bad way, but it's interesting. Now it's just bath time. He's so cute and sweet. I don't know where I'm sleeping tonight, so I just want to give everyone all of the love-ins. Like, obviously I'll be sleeping in my house, but in what room, I don't know. I slept in here. She did get me good. Ow. I slept in here with Marbs last night, so I don't want to leave the boys alone for a night again. But I also want to be within earshot of the two in this section of the house, the new guys. I can't be in earshot if I'm listening to Gunther's fans, but I also want to monitor Gunther, but then I can't hear what's going on, so we'll figure it out. Dogs like sniffing butts. So, are you saying my coffee breath is ass breath? Because you're probably right. I would not imagine it's a good smell. I've smelled other people having coffee breath before, and it's not like, you're not gonna like barf, but it's not pleasant. It's not fresh breath. Bless you, bless you. But that is my secret grooming weapon, is coffee breath. You bring your main pillow to the room you sleep in, or you just use whatever's in the room? I have a comfy pillow everywhere that I sleep. I don't just take one with me everywhere, but I do make sure that there's one that I am absolutely comfortable with in each sleep spot. Because I am particular about pillows. I have a lot of trouble falling asleep if it's too firm or too soft. Like, it has to be the Goldilocks. Perfect right in between. Now he just relax, and which he should. That's a wonderful sign. I mean, imagine you adopted a cat and this is how they are the first night you have them at home. Like, it's like he's lived here all of his life. He is so cool. You make me happy, Link. I think he's looking at himself in the mirror. Behind there. Somewhere. Excuse me. Somewhere in my mess. Usually I just sleep with one pillow, but in the boys' room, in the stream room, there's 2 pillows because they're both like the perfect amount of comfort, but they're not thick enough. So I double layer them. Life hacks. You're so handsome. You looking at yourself? It's probably strange that there's like stuff going on, like people around and TV and lights and everything this time of night. Like, there's probably low light in a shelter at night, but it's probably dark and empty-ish except for night staff. I don't think I'll keep bird TV on all night because I don't want to overstimulate him. I want him to be able to rest easy. I'll probably turn it off after stream. I don't know. Honestly, I might just put up a cot in the hallway and sleep with no one, now that I think about it. I've done that a few times when I need to, like, listen for everyone. And I might just do that. That way I can hear if he's getting into it. I have cameras on everyone, obviously, but I can't check cameras while I'm asleep. That way I can hear if he gets into anything or, like, stumbles or something, and then I can hear in the bathroom if Dude has anything going on, and I'll be able to hear if Gunther starts coughing or anything. He hasn't been coughing at all, but heaven forbid, like, he did. I'm being insanely paranoid with Gunther, and I'll explain why in a second. But that way I'll be able to hear everyone if I'm in the hallway. That means I sleep alone. I don't like sleeping alone. Because the main zoo is going to stay on the kitchen and the basement side of the house, at least for tonight, just so I can figure out everyone's idiosyncrasies. I don't know if Dude is going to want to play with the door or, like, what that's going to be. I don't want mine to perturb him and vice versa. I don't know what his FIV or even FELV, which is more serious, status is. So I have to be mindful with that. It's going to be a bit of a complicated couple days, but that'll be okay. Link, you're really cute. I think we can talk about this. I'm being psychotically paranoid about Gunther because when Voya ended up having his heart fail and his lungs fill up with fluid, and, like, I went to the hospital to, like, they called me and said, you need to get here, he might stop breathing. So I went in, and how it was explained to me and the way that I saw him, like, heaving, it was scary, obviously. I'm trying not to cry. Sorry. I'm, like, staring into space very awkwardly, but if I make eye contact with myself, then I'll start crying. Oops. We don't want to do that. But seeing him, like, open mouth breathe and struggle, just struggling to breathe in general, like, let's just put it into a nutshell there so it's not like a big huge thing. That was pretty traumatic. And I know Gunther isn't, like, in active stages of heart failure or having heart failure. I know that he's okay. He's just asthmatic. But in my head, it's the same way that I get triggered when the dogs cough, because when Backup was dying, he was hacking his lungs out. And, like, in the weeks coming to his demise, he was coughing really hard all the time. So I still, like, kind of, like, shake when I hear any of the dogs just do it, you know? I'm gonna eat some food. Get some wine, drink some food. Drink some food. Eat some food. So I'm seeing, like, the same thing in Gunther that I saw in Voya in that traumatic moment, even though it's not the same thing. My, I guess, adrenaline level or stress level or worry level or whatever that would correlate to is getting spiked by watching him breathe heavier this season. So I don't mean to be, like, the most psychotic person over Gunther, but I kind of can't help it at this point because I just can't help it. I know logically that it's different. Just in whatever part of my brain or soul, I'm not differentiating between the two. So I look at him and I know that he has asthma, but in my head I'm like, you're going into heart failure. We need to go to the emergency room right now. Which one of those is true, one of those is not true. But it's challenging, to say the least. At some point, I'll be less convinced and more able to manage that feeling. But for now, it's very, like, it's the same, but it's not. But it's the same, but it's not. But it's the same, but it's not. Which is troublesome. And I'm sorry I'm trauma dumping, but I don't know how else to express my seemingly sudden, insane worry over Gunther. And it's probably annoying how much I'm talking about his breathing, but I kind of can't help it. And he probably doesn't need the other fan on, but it's on. Just let me have these things for a while. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you hungry, lad? He's eating his food very good. I did ask when I was there, too, if they take donations for medication. And they do, so I'm going to bring Voya's Denamarin. They said they actually use a lot of that, so I'm glad I have a box and a half to give them. A box and a half to give them, I do. Welcome, Magic. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. What you doing, Linky boy? Are you back for loves? You little talker. Big talker. Showstopper. Come here, son. Why are you going around the chair? You're going to trip over it. Oh, he wants toys. He's playing with my Ethernet connectors. Let's try that. Voicing it probably helps you process it. Not sure I'd consider it trauma dumping. Well, I appreciate the latter of that. That's the first time I've physically voiced it, and it was difficult. And I don't feel like I did a good job of explaining it, but you can only do your best in life. And I did my best. I've journaled about it, but that's the first time I've like said it out loud, like except for like the day that he passed, and I'm like explaining what happened to everyone that I know and blah blah blah. But for as much as I talk to the zoo, I really don't treat them like therapists, and honestly I should start. Like mostly not on stream, probably preferably. I got toy over here. I do. I should start having therapy with the dogs and the cattos. I do with Tank sometimes and PB. I'll tell them my life problems for the day. But I'm walking around just like, oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're under my feet. Ba-da. Should try it. Verbally journaling with them. Trauma dump on the cats. Because saying things, like, you can repeat things in your head until you're blue in the mind, I guess, about it, instead of blue in the face. Boop, 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 boop. But saying it out loud is way different than hearing it in your head or writing it down. And probably the more times that I remind myself, like, the truth versus my perceived reality, not real reality, the truth, real reality versus perceived reality, probably desensitize me faster than just doing it in my head. Do you like toys but you don't play? Maybe this isn't your favorite. Let me go source some from the boys for you. Hold on. I'm gonna go steal some toys. Is there more up there? No, I thought there was. Hi. I'm gonna bring another rug in for you before bed too, because you were kind of slidey over here. Hey, Papa. Hey, Papa. Tankers is a good therapist. Good value, expects to be paid in snacks. That is true. He's way cheaper than going through insurance. I'd rather pay him out of treat pocket. Anytime. We got ball. We got pipe cleaner. No one can resist the pipe cleaner. Pipe cleaner is best cat toy. We got some tomato sauce. Mama Purr tones. If you want to kick your toy. Oh, he's really into the pipe cleaner. We got you another little snake. I don't know what this guy is. He's a little baby dragon. I don't know. And a baseball thingy. Kitty ball. Oh, shout out to the boys for having a million toys. There we go. You like this. You like this. No one can. No, that's PlayStation. I'm hoping he'll be eepy tonight because he's had a big day today of being transported to a whole new house. And then tomorrow I'd like to make the cords a little bit more tidy in here so he doesn't trip over them. I did not consider that before bringing him home because I did not know that he was CH until I brought him home. No one even told me at the rescue. It just said it on his kennel. Think it's an eos, a water snake. Aww. I haven't given you a kiss yet. You gave me kisses. Can I kiss you? That's a little intimidating. He says, well, lady, I've only known you for like 5 hours here. Really is very cat. All these nice toys, and the favorite toy is pipe cleaner. Yep. Used to be at the Dollar Tree, you could get a pack of like 100 of them for $1, and now I think it's like $2.50. But still, a good value. You could probably honestly get them cheaper on Amazon, I would guess, than at the Dollar Tree at this point, which is kind of sad. But best broke cat toy ever for my broke best friend over here. You're my broke best friend, and you're about to be someone else's broke best friend. I love that saying. I am so glad that Tex said that to me. I've been repeating that in my mind over and over again with everyone. You're my broke best friend. And I'm your broke best friend. Oh, handsome boy. I want to know these little things about him, though. So, like, I can tell his new parents, like, oh, he loves playing with pipe cleaners, and he walks with swagger, and he prefers the litter box this way, or however, when we learn. And he likes to eat his food in a slow munching fashion, or chow down on it, or I don't know. I like this part of rescue. I never considered this part of rescue. I mean, albeit this is very easy. So I mean, like, I feel like I don't know, maybe like being a slacker, like not living up to my potential. But I'm justifying that with I have 2 fosters at once instead of just one. So like, it's okay that one is easy. It's good that one is easy. But this is so easy. It's like unreal, and I feel bad. But like, I feel like I could be doing more. But this is also really cool. I like this. I feel like that it's a huge part of setting them up for success. They're not expecting me to do all of these little things of, it has not been asked of me to learn his idiosyncrasies and quirks and toys that he likes and whatnot, but it's a part of rescue that I never considered, and I like it. Cat is like a rent-a-cat. I just never considered that's a thing at all. So considering that it's kitten season, if anyone in chat, lurking, chilling, being your wonderful selves, has ever considered fostering, but really doesn't want to make the commitment for it. Right now, rescues are super overwhelmed with kitten season. And there are a lot of great adult cats, of course, out there, and a lot of great kittens too. But sometimes people who plan to adopt can't adopt right away. They have other stuff going on in life. So it would probably be worth looking into for the easiest, most best foster experience ever, where you literally just get to rent a cat for free. The rescue takes care of all of the food, everything. Reach out to your local rescue and see if you can foster anyone that's waiting to go to their forever home and it's already lined up. Or there are people that do like hospice, not hospice, when people are in the hospital and animals are boarded per se, like not exactly boarded, but fostered for a predictable short period of time at a shelter. So like say you know you have surgery and you have like 2 months recovery, so you're going to be in a rehab facility for like 3 months or something like that. There are animals that are in kennels that need help with that too. I like that way of putting it. It's a rent-a-cat. It really is. This cat is just on vacation with me for a week. Like, that's pretty interesting. Do 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 do. They must have had a lot of intake today, though, because communication was slim, which I understand that that's going to be how it is anyway for a rescue. But they didn't ask about him until the end of the day when I got the confirmation to pick up Doodle. Like, this was not planned until I got the confirmation to pick up Doodle. They must have had a lot more intake today. Hi, baby. To where they really need that space. You very handsome man. You're a very handsome man. He loves this thing. He's a very nice player. He's not like overly crazy or rude about it. He just plays sweet. Could literally just put an episode of something on TV and do this for like a half hour and he'd be good for the day. More than likely. It's really cool. You're a cool man. You're a really good cat. Like, all cats are really good cats, but he's a really, really good one. He's gonna be an easy keeper. You just gotta not fall down on stuff. That part is up to you, sir. I do like this. I hope I have the opportunity to do this more in the future. I, of course, want to stay focused with rehabilitation because that's what I love the most, but that's my ego because it's satisfying to see a scrump turn into a king. A la Tank, a la Voya, a la Gunther. But I'm liking this part. It's like you're my cat, but you're not my cat. You're my rent-a-cat. He's my cat cafe takeout. Took you home in the doggy bag with me. Just kidding, I had you in my carrier. He is so cute. I think about how big he is, but with longer legs is probably how big PB is going to be. I don't know if we see to scale on camera or not, but he's about as big as Charlie. He's a little bit rounder than Charlie. Charlie has a slimmer build. He's not chunky. He's just a thick boy. You're in the green side all slobbery. Why don't you play with the pink? There's the green better. The green is supreme, maybe. What is going on in like cat DNA where cats are having such pretty eyes now? His are like a combination of green and blue. They're beautiful. Oh, you just hit your head. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry, friend. I got some new pics of Stripes and Nibbler yesterday. And their eyes are getting so much more vibrant than they were here. That's amazing. Hey, baby. Do, 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 do. Do. He's such a good boy. How is he such a good boy? Like, who made you such a good boy? Hello, baby love. I think he's feeling a little played out. Maybe? No? You want to be independent? Just like mesmerized by this. He's like taking in its magic. With solid color cats too, I think the eyes stand out even more. That's true. Because Zeke's eyes were one of the main things that drew me to him, even though he had his eyes closed when I first saw him. And that's what drew me to him the most. He just looked like he had given up. Oh, you're so sweet, Slow Blinks. You're relaxed. You are going to be the easiest keeper in the world for your new family, my dude. Or my link. Can't call you my dude because we have a dude. We have a doodle. Oh, strawberry? Strawberry is something now? Say, I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. Don't eat the feathers. Bird TV. Squirrel TV. That's a funny looking squirrel. That is not an Illinois squirrel. He looks so purposeful. He has like a Gunther face. I think he is kind of dwarfy. He has really, really big eyes. Like, they don't look proportionate to his head. I think you are kind of either dwarfy or munchkin-y. Look at those short legs. I'm not talking smack, I'm just noticing. Like, his body is way longer than his legs should be long proportionately. What's that squirrel butt doing? You gonna get him? You gonna get him? Use the pillow. Use the pillow. Oh, now we had a wobble. Just pretend like it didn't happen. I feel like he tries to hide the wobble with ploops. Like, oh, I didn't fall down. Nothing happened. Everything's fine. I just wanted to roll over and be a cutie butt. Like, that seems to be his mindset behind it. Aw, roly poly. Roly poly oly. Roly poly oly. Happy boy. Happy boy. Happy boy. Hello. Hello. Oh, thank you for the love. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, little baby motor. You're a little dirt bike. Little baby motor. His slight wobble honestly just always makes him look like he's kind of doing a head boop at the world. And it's so cute. He's such a sweetheart. Look at you. You want to come to the rug? Let's do the rug. Let's do the rug. I did. Light smack talk detected. I mean, I just noticing. It doesn't make you any less perfect. You're perfect. Just the way you are. I just noticing. I'm nosy. I'm dead serious and blunt. Well, when's your birthday? We'll read your chart. He is a big talker. Oh, wobble wobble. He seems to try and compensate with it with like stretches too so far. Hi, buddy. You're so sweet. Hi, buddy. How do you do with holds? Oh, you're perfect. I think nails will be no problem. Do you like holds? Oh. Hi. Thank you. I think he just likes bird TV being at a different angle, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I get kisses. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the kisses. Hi, buddy. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Are you trying to get down? There you go. Oh, bloop. He seems smart, though, in the way that he knows, like, what he can plop against that will, like, stabilize him. He's like a drunk finding a wall. You're a good boy. You're very cute, son. Little Link. Little Link. Your new mommy and daddy are gonna love you. Little drunken master. Yup. Just he knows the corner of the wall that he can sink into and just accept the spins and puke and sleep. Take a little break, drink some water. Whoa, buddy. Where's he going? Give him a coffee. That little hop. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hi. It was smart of you to do it against the pillow, but that was quite the plop. You want bellies? Is that what you're going for? He's a lover boy. He's a kissy pants. Kissy kiss. Ow! It was a back nail. It was a love bite and a back nail at the same time, but the back nail hurt. I think we should trim your backs too, if you'll let me. That's that was intense. I thought you were gonna go eat. Sorry. Sorry. The love machine is still going. Excuse me. Plump. So adorable. Hi, buddy. Really appreciate you all being so tolerant and understanding and kind about all the kitty time tonight. I wanted, of course, to share them with you all, but it kind of worked out perfectly from the time we got home for them to have like a little time to decompress on their own and understand their space, and then to come in with some love and affection and socialization once they've acclimated themselves to the areas. He's just holding that paw. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're adorable. That's the rug you just licked. You just lick when you're happy. That's so cute. You are going to be so loved. When he gets to his new home, he's just going to think he's the king of the place or something. Like he's already used to being here in a home in like 2 seconds. I was just rolling off some of your floof because you're shedding. He already acts like he owns the place. He's very explorative. He's very confident. He's a very cool guy. He's already going to think that he runs the shit as soon as he gets to his new home. He's awesome. It makes me happy. Maybe he should have a taller bowl. He kind of does like this while he's drinking. I did bring up a raised bowl that I put next to the sink because I wouldn't clean it. It looks clean, but I don't remember who last ate out of it or when or what, where. It was just off to the side downstairs. So is it clean? Did it get used? Did the dog lick it? I don't know. That one might be a better water bowl for him because it would be taller. That way he doesn't have to like dip his head down to make it shake more. That's just bonus clothes. What do you think, buddy? I think I shouldn't have the bag of cat litter in here because you can jump into it. Probably not, but ow, heaven forbid. I don't know why I said ow, that didn't hurt, it just startled me. Hi, Bubby Spud. Now it goes back into hallway stop. That's you in the mirror. That's you and your little handsome self. That's you. What are you talking about? That's you. Knock the pillow over. You can jump on this, from this to there. You can do window time. That's nothing to jump. I don't think you'll try to explore the tree, but we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. He really likes the Ethernet connector. Oh, do you just want to lay down back there and be comfy? Okay. A choice has been made. That's comfy spot. I don't think you have anything to play with. No. There's a bunch of cords that you can get caught on behind you, though. You gotta tidy those up. He's sleepy. Slow blinks. Slow blinks. Little handsome man. Squish, 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 squish. Bath time. Let him settle for a few. Take a few more sips of coffee. Then we'll go see the dude. The doodly dude. The doodly dude. You guys are gonna love him. He is scrumpy. He is dirty. He is all forked up. And he is the most immaculately beautiful creature I've ever seen. Life is tough as a cat. But we make it work. It's just so hard being so cute. He is a very handsome boy. Hi. Are you coming back over for love? I thought you were just relaxing and chilling. You just wanted to have your own boundaries for a moment. No, my coffee is not drinking. He is a very handsome boy. I'm excited for you to get your new home. You are going to be so loved. You are going to be so loved. I'm probably going to cry because I'm attached to him already. Like, I can just look at a cat and I'm attached to them. It's a problem. I can just look at a dog and I'm attached to them. It's a problem. It's not a bad problem to have, but it's a personal problem. I love him so much already, I would keep him forever, but you are spoken for. But I will be sad when you go to your new home. I will be happy and excited and glad. But I'll cry a little bit just because I feels. Aww. Roly poly boy. Roly poly boy. He's very cute. Oh, he's a very handsome little man. Wasn't sure what to expect from a cat named Lincoln. But he looks like a Lincoln. I wonder if they're going to change his name. I'll only cry in my own time, though. I won't cry when I bring him back to the rescue to go home with his people. I think that'll be really cool. Like, to see it all in action. Like, that was the biggest thing that kept me from getting, like, super downed when Stripes and Nibbler got adopted. Like, it was really cool to see, like, him interact with them and to know that they're going to this amazing home and that, like, it was able to offset, like, the feeling of loss to some extent. It still felt like loss in a way, but it offset it quite well. And the same with my dad and Daisy. It was still hard to do, but it was easy to do in the way that I knew they were going to green homes. And I know this guy is going to be loved forever. He's a perfect cat. He just wobbles a little. He's perfect. He's perfect. He's perfect. Welcome, Colin. I got flu from my eye. I hope you are doing well as well. I hope the Tuesday has been kind to you. Meet Lincoln, my foster kitty for the next weekish. He's a very handsome boy. He's watching Bird TV. He's very cute. Just gonna let him chill in the presence of Club Cult for a little moment longer. Oh my god, it's 12:30 already. Jesus. Oops. I guess we will have time for Counter-Strike. Because I've been chugging coffee like a mad woman. You get the birds. I'm just as distractible as the cat. I have no excuse. I'm heading with dude in a sec. I didn't realize I had gotten that late. I've put you all through a lot of key time tonight. Club Cult, you deserve a gold star. Use the pillow. I do like that little moving thing is like carpeted though. That way you can kind of grip on it. That's a really cool little saving grace. A lot of kitty news tonight indeed. A lot of kitty news and we haven't even met the dudes. Well, I have, but I have yet to introduce you all to my new man. Someone hold me accountable to not fall in love with him. Like we could. And there's obviously been loss in the zoo. And that sucks. But on the same token, we just had a very, very big emergency with Voya. And you have to be very financially committed and prepared in any adoption process, let alone one for a cat that will potentially and probably have some kind of special medical need. Like with Voya, with Tank, we've been very lucky. Really, nothing has happened with him yet. Knock on wood. Same thing with Zeke, except he has the feline lower urinary tract disease, but that just could be him in general, nothing to do with the FIV. But Voya went through, he had a wonky spleen, he had a wonky liver, he had a wonky bladder, he had an upper respiratory infection like at least once every 3 months, if not sooner. Like I joke that Voya is like my $1 million baby because I stopped counting once I had spent $20K on him. We just stopped counting, and that was like by the time I had him for about 2.5 years. Voya was quite the investment, and he was worth every penny, and I would go through everything I went through and spend it all over again just for one more minute. I really, really would. And I would love to be able to prepare to like take that on for another animal, another kitty, another FIV kitty. I like the FIV boys. I just do. They got a special place in my heart. But I need to have my life settled again before I make any kind of adoption commitment. That's just a realistic factor in life that must be considered. Doesn't matter what my feelings are, because feelings don't pay the bills. I'm gonna put my coffee in the kitchen and then we'll bop out to see the dude. The doodle boy. Hi, baby. You're so cute. You're so damn cute. Hi, cutie. Oh, careful. Careful. He has a soft landing with the pillow, but he doesn't like walk on it very well, understandably. Understandably. Let's see what my batteries are real quick. It's dark. Well, hello, Squeaky. He says, don't leave me. I love you. 51%, that's not terrible. Hi! I love you. I'll be back in before night, buddy. Give me like a couple hours, okay? We got other kitty time. We got some Counter-Strike. You gotta feed the zoo. Do the things. I don't know if I'm gonna want the secondary light or not in with him, but I wanted to be prepared for it. I love you, buddy. Everyone give smooches to Lincoln, my new favorite president cat. He's just here to teach me the executive orders, or to have me relay that information to Gunther. Let me suit up a little bit. Are you meowing? Oh, he talks. He hasn't talked yet the whole time. The fan is on in the dog room, so it's probably loud. My bad. We won't be able to hear it with him, but still. I hear you, baby. I hear you. I hear you. Let me glove up. You gotta glove up. I love you, Papa. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Hold on, I'm slow. I'm a slow lady. You'll learn that about me. I take hours to do things that should be accomplished in minutes. Hee hee. It is a special skill. I have a very particular set of skills. It's called doodle dallying. Kind of, sometimes. Sometimes it's on purpose. Well, not like actually on purpose, but sometimes it could be avoidable. Sometimes it's not avoidable. No, it's not. Meow. His meow sounds like no. Alright, so please don't be a gate jumper. That would not be ideal. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Door. Or put part of the tripod into the sink and it went over. I took down the streamers today that were in here and I pulled part of the wallpaper off of the wall. So do I need to take all the wallpaper down in the bathroom now? Do we need wallpaper takedown streams? I don't know. For now, I'm going to leave this up here just until I know like what his movements are. I also don't want him to rub on this very much as possible. Hi, buddy boy. Let me see your neck. He should be good for tonight, but I need to clean it twice a day. I didn't bring it in here yet, but I have like a squeezy thing with a skinny nose at the end of it, and that should be helpful. That's what I used for Voya's wound cleaning. Hi, buddy. You're just a scrumpy scrump. You're a scrumpy scrump. Hello. I'm gonna need to change clothes about this. Want to help me? Just kidding. I like taking down wallpaper. Or at least I used to. Hopefully I still do. Hi, buddy. So he is not a feral cat. He is a community cat, but he is not a feral cat. Hi, bud. He's very skinny. He's gonna end up being very floofy, I think. Or he just has a big puffy tail. He got a little bit cleaned up today, so he's kind of curly looking. Hi. I don't think he bathed himself much because he was pretty sedated. But whenever we do see around there, he has horrible gashes in the side of his neck and a terrible scrape on the back of his neck here. His face is pretty scratched up, and I'm not sure if he got into a fight or like previously, like years past, or if he has a cleft palate ever so slightly. His bowls are in there right now, which I guess I can move them out. He didn't want to get out of the tub earlier. We can put these out here now. But I'm not sure with his lip, like if he was born with a cleft palate or if it just looks like that from getting into fights. He doesn't seem to be very combative, but I don't know if he gets along well with other cats. We'll know in time, but we won't know that for a while. But he's a very handsome boy, and he's a very sweet boy, and he's very lucky that his colony caretaker was so mindful to make sure that he got on antibiotics about a week ago, and then to get him into the rescue today. He literally arrived around 9 a.m. this morning, like he was an outdoor cat before that. His water bowl is still in there. I'll move it out when he's done slurping. He's drank a lot tonight, which I would expect. Hi. Have you used the litter box yet? A little bit. A tiny tinky. Did you miss? No, we're okay. You're a good boy. I wonder if he'll spray because he's still got balls. I forgot that cats do that. And you fill up your bowl some more. You want some crunchies? He's had a very good appetite tonight. All promising things. All things considered. I'm gonna put that over there when you're done chewing on that. He's a very good little boy. Here, let's put these on your mat. I don't know if I want the chair in here or not. I'm leaving it for now, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna do uppies. His eyes are all swollen from his face being so infected. Hi. You booped my foot. Yeah, we're gonna have to change clothes when we're done in here. You got street germs and I got immunocompromised cats. Oh, he just relaxing. I'm wondering if in the coming days he'll be like a door puller or if he'll just chill. Hopefully he'll just chill. That would be ideal. Hi, buddy. You're very handsome. I know he's affectionate. I just don't want to like force my affection on him immediately. If he wants to make space, he's more than welcome to make space. But if he comes up to me for love, I won't deny him. This is Dude. This is Doodle. Doodle finally makes sounds. Which I didn't think he did. If he was ever feral, feral cats don't talk. Hi. He's my favorite kind of cat. He looks really messed up and in need of love. There's one side of his neck, which is very graphic. Are you gonna be a garbage picker? I don't know. We'll find out. Here's the other side of his neck, and it's very, very messy. And it's really weird balls. Like, instead of like 2 balls, he has like a sack of like one giant issue. I don't know. Sorry to be graphic. He does look like a skinny Tank. He looks a lot like Tank, actually. More solid in the back and like fluffier tail. I think he's gonna be long hair. His hair is just short and scrumpy right now because outdoor life. Cats don't generally stay fluffy outside. But he does look like a skinny Tankers. Tank was thin, but he wasn't this skinny. He's really skinny. I think he got in fights over food, or he got fought with over food. Because he really loves his food. Like, he was very happy and very chowing down. How did his neck get like that? Unknown. I would guess either, our theory right now is either a fight with another cat or a fight with a raccoon. It's not big enough or like fucked up enough to be able to think like, oh, a dog did that. But anything smaller than a cat or a raccoon, or maybe even a fox, wouldn't have done that. Oh, I love him. He has a tick-tock tail like Voya. So he's not annoyed right now. He probably just learned to do that instinctively to make like a snake. But it was probably a fight with another cat. And if that's the case, then he's probably FIV positive. I am guessing. He hasn't been tested for it yet. I really hope he doesn't have FELV because that's like really serious and makes him almost completely unadoptable. And I don't know if I could even keep him as an FELV cat. That would be something to really, really, really consider because that's FIV is like, maybe normal life, maybe health issues. FELV is like definitely health issues, and your cat is 99% chance going to get cancer at some point. Which that doesn't mean they're any deserving less of love or life or joy or happiness, but that's a really big commitment as an adopter. But cats, male cats fight viciously. Like, they will fight to the death over whatever their territory or resources or whatever it is are. Enjoy those while you can, buddy.
I'm very curious what's going on with this Nard situation, but we'll figure that out when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But more than likely another cat fight, probably over food or territory or a female. I would guess food because he seems pretty easygoing. But it's rough looking. We'll flush it out tomorrow, morning and night, and keep it going with that. That I'll keep as part of my timer because I think I'll be flushing that out for quite a few weeks. It's very deep. Once there's more healed tissue around, it's kind of similar to when Voya got all scratched up. They had to wait until the tissue around the injury healed a little bit more, and then they were able to stitch it. If he starts, if he starts scratching the scabs off, it's high up enough, thankfully, that I can try and put a soft cone on him. So I want to carefully observe for that because he can totally get to that with his back feet. He's had such a long day, but I think he's so grateful to be inside. He's so sweet. It'll be, let's see. There's not as many wounds as Voya had, but it's probably about as deep as Voya's. And Voya took from August to October to where we considered him like healed. Like he's still missing hair in spots, but like the skin of the injuries were sealed. So let's think. May, June, July. By about August, he'll be looking like a normal cat again. He's so cute. He's gonna knock that over. Oops. Turn the camera off instead of flipping it. He's had the rough life. He's been out there on the streets for quite a while. Thankfully being fed and taken care of by a colony caretaker, but he's gone through it. I think he's very happy to be inside. It's very sad to think about, but I do think at some point he was someone's cat because a feral cat or even a semi-feral cat would not act like this inside. Even my neighbor's cats don't act like this inside when they come in for a sleepover. He's a very handsome fella. Ow, sitting awkwardly. It's close your eyes because I'm gonna show his wounds if I can. Let's see. Hi, buddy. Well, maybe he doesn't want me to. He says those are private. This one is worse. It's really, really like concave. This side is pretty well scabbed, but that scab will fall off eventually, and we'll see what's under there. And then the back of his neck here. Whoops. He doesn't want me to look at it. That's okay. We don't have to look at it. He has like a scritch all the way across. That's what makes me think it was a cat. Another cat. That one isn't very deep though. But that would be about the way that they would operate. Take a chunk out of the cheeks. That's why male tomcats get so big of cheeks when they still have their little friends, is to protect them in fights. But unfortunately, he got caught like right behind his cheeks. So that's even worse. Are you a sink kitty? Look at you. You're a sink kitty. Just don't rub your cheek on that. Don't rub your cheek on that. Don't rub your cheek on that. Caca. Caca. He's so loving. He's such a good boy. Why did that leak on my hand? It's wet. I don't want to pet you with wet hands. I don't want to hold my phone with wet hands. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. You're just a little scrump. You're just a little scrump. What was I saying? Oh, male tomcats get the big, huge cheeks when they have their balls because it's to help them in fights. Because by the time they're going for the face, it's serious. Please don't put your butt on my hairbrush. No offense. I love you, and I would let you like sleep in my mouth if you wanted to, but try not to rub your ass in my hairbrush, please. Okay, big jump. Big jump. You have a tank meow. He was crying in the video that I got of him going to the rescue this morning. And he sounded like Voya crying. And now he sounds like Tank murring, which is very cute. It's very, very, very cute. I'm excited to see his progress. I'm excited to help him along the way. We kind of needed each other. Like, do I need another cat? No. But do I take it easy? Oh, you're gonna do scratchings. Good boy. That's what, finally. Gunther and Zeke never scratched in this curly thing. No, he finally is. Good boy. Good boy. Are you spraying? Are you peeing? Oh, please don't pee. You're peeing. You just sprayed. Okay, now we know you spray. He does a pee pose for his spray though, which I guess is good. Like it went down instead of up, but that sucks. Now that's garbage. I need to mentally take this in for a moment. That's your litter box. Why did you spray? I was so excited to show him just scratching on it and being happy, and then he turned around and sprayed on it. Buddy. Because it smells like other boy cats. I didn't think about that when I was setting up the room. I forgot that balls means spray. Oops. You're so skinny. You're so skinny, Minnie. Well, I need a garbage bag for that. Gotta get you a different scratch pad. That's okay. Tank needs more scratch pads. We'll get half for him, and half for you. Little buddy. I don't think I need to have the carrier in here anymore, but I'm gonna leave it in here like as a safe space for a couple of days. Because he stayed in there for a while at first when we got home. You be hungry, boy? Alright, well I'm gonna get the scratcher out of here. Throw it in the garbage bag. I'll be right back. And watch the cat for me, I guess. Thanks, buddy. It's such the tiniest spray too. Like, did you have to do that? You couldn't have just not done that? It's such a tiny spray for such a big toy. But oh, that might have scared you. I'm sorry. I'm just being a loud lady. That's what we do. Do loud lady things. I'm sorry. I shook. Oh, you didn't get scared. I thought I was gonna find you in your carrier. I shook a bag out there. I did. I did. Come here, another boy. It is always good to have a safe space. I put one of Guy Fieri's acorns in here because it's what I've learned with like Gigi and the SSL method. Like outdoor cats like to have somewhere to hide and just observe the world from there to feel safe. But he's confident. He's about the best shape he could be in as far as like being mentally healthy indoors. I don't think he needs it, but we'll keep it for a couple days just in case. Because he ran in there earlier too when I was taking the dogs out to go potty because giant fucking Ringo bare feet is probably a little intimidating. And then on the flip side also, little Wile E. Coyote, or no, he's not Wile E. Coyote, he's the Roadrunner. Diesel's Roadrunner feet were a bit much. Thought you were oh, you guys heard me. Thought you were apologizing for scaring someone else out there. The dude didn't take really note at all. Well, good. Because Void still runs like I'm gonna light her on fire when I shake a garbage bag. And I didn't realize until I did it that I was shaking it open like 4 feet away from the door. Usually cats don't like that sound. He's a hungry man. He eating good. He eating so good. The dude. dude. He's had such a long day, we're not going to spend as long in with him. I think I do want to catch Counter-Strike match tonight. I'll obviously stop in with everyone again before bed, but he's had such a long day. Like, he went from being a street cat less than 24 hours ago, barely over 12 hours ago, to being in a medical facility, being poked and prodded by doctors, being sedated, having his wounds cleaned, waking up in a completely new place, being in a kennel for a little bit. Like, he has gone through so much today. So much. So much. He's just hungry and exhausted. I have not looked at the state of his teeth yet, and I don't know if he probably should have wet food. We'll figure that out in the coming days. He was a little drooly earlier, but that just might be the sedation wearing off still. Eat your baby boy. I'm so proud of him for accepting help. It makes me so sad that street cats get to this state before they're like, oh, okay, I'll ask for help. But I'm also really glad that I get the opportunity to help him. And I think even if it's not better protocols at the rescue this time around fostering, I know I'm going to get attached to him, but I think the attachment that I'll have with him will be different because I didn't practically birth him myself. So I think I'll feel less antsy in that way. Because I got really, really anxious with Void's litter. He's a good boy. And I don't really have a choice this time because I didn't find him. So it's not finders keepers. You don't have a choice. You're a Noah's cat. Yet you spit out your food. I think he probably has junky teeth, but we'll find out. I don't want to overwhelm him with too much food today. I don't know what he was eating. He was outside. Now he's just eating the same thing as my kids, so it's fine. You're gonna have funky poops for a couple of days no matter what I give you. I think you handled Void's beeps well. Oh, I thank you. I advocated for them in the way that I felt was best for them, and well, that was probably annoying for everyone. I did what I felt was right. And I don't regret it for a moment, because they all have amazing homes, including Mama Void. Void would have just been so terrified going to adoption events. That would have been, like, the worst for her. She would have hated it. It is true. I selfishly do get to see Daisy and Stripes and Nibbler, not, like, in person, but I get to see them all the time now. I get pictures of Stripes and Nibbler, like, every 2 weeks. I should share more in the Discord, huh? I'm going to see Daisy again soon, I hope. But I know she's doing well. And I'm very selfishly glad for that. That wasn't the purpose of it, but it's a nice added bonus. Isn't that right, dude? I think Doodle is gonna become a dude. And that's okay. Yeah, I think he's got bad teeth. He's like doing the funky mouth. Doing the I got food stuck in my mouth. What you doing, bud? I shouldn't have my hand in my face. I wouldn't say no to more pics. I'll have to share more. Now the Nibbler's getting bigger. The size difference is hilarious. Look at you, big guy. Just coexist with him for a little bit. And his tip-tap tail. He's so dirty. Once he starts to feel a little better, he'll start grooming himself and then he'll really shine. He's just tired. It's been such a long day. And clean his wounds tomorrow, clean his eye bugs tomorrow. He's got some dirt on his back leg that'll clean up for him. His skin looks really sensitive and like flaky from being outside. Like his skin is probably really dry, so I don't want to brush him right away. But I might try some dry shampoo on him if he'll tolerate it. He's going to be a pretty cat. He's going to be very floof. Not like kid floof, but like majestically like Chong. Except not with naked legs, hopefully. No more Chinese hairless crested cats. He's grooming himself now, though. That's such a good sign. Cats don't groom themselves when they're sick. I mean, sometimes they stop just because they're old, but when they're sick, they tend to not groom themselves. Or, oddly, some overgroom themselves. But it's more common that they don't groom themselves. Look at you, tall boy. I had just, like, months ago, gotten the stupid storage bin out of here because there's very little storage in my bathroom. Like, there's not cabinets. And I put it back in so I could hide all my stuff that he could eat. All my wigs are in there. I felt like I was having a very Moira Rose moment. There's still some up there. I don't know if you can jump up there or not, but the rest of them are in drawers. I also found a couple that I forgot I had. Like, oh, hello, different hair. Let's see how that goes. You're a very handsome boy. I'm very glad he's bathing himself. Having a little existential crisis in between. So far so good on not kicking his wounds open. I'm sure as they scab up more, it'll itch. But I think at that point, I can probably put a soft collar on him, or a soft cone, and that should deter that. I feel confident going into this, though. It's really no different than, like, Voya's wound cleaning. And granted, that was 6 years ago, but I still remember what I did. We can do it. You're gonna feel all better, and you're gonna look like $1,000,000 and not have such squinty eyes and frumpy face, and you're just gonna sleep and be a handsome boy. You're gonna have the best life from now on. I don't know how old he is, and street cats look older. Like, they thought almost Gunther was like 2, and I thought he was maybe like 10. Street cats just look old to me because they're all frumpy. We'll know when we get a look at his teeth and all that, like a rough estimate, but he looks like an older gentleman to me. I think he's thin from being outside, but kind of just has like the body score of not a young cat. Like, his back is more curved. Hi. Look at us. We are friends now. I knew we was gonna be friends. We friends now. Doot, 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 doot. E.T. phone home. I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. I do. You just can't scratch your cheeks. You just can't scratch the cheeks. You just can't scratch the cheeks. I can give you a little snout seeker. Boop. That was the best snout seeker ever. Good job, buddy. Good job. Good job. This side is less concerning, but this side is... I think he'll want to scratch at that way sooner than later. No, please don't rub on that. That's solid. What can I put over this? A sock? So he doesn't rub on the sink? Because he really likes rubbing on the sink. Like on the faucet. I just put a sock over the end of it, do you think? Or maybe like 2 thick socks, so it's like really bundled up. Then he'll probably want to rub on it more, but this is... it's rough. Now I'm wet. Again. Giggity. Kind of. Not really necessarily. Look at you, Scrump. No, you don't want to rub on that either. Buddy.
I should just let you relax. But you're really sweet, and I like getting to love you. Look at his little colors on his ears. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. TB tube? Oh, that's a good idea. That might still be too rough at the end, though. Although it'll take it down longer. Like, so where he wouldn't be able to rub on it. Buddy, buddy, buddy. Buddy. We can't do this all day long. I can't live with... Okay, that's gonna go bye-bye now, too. I can't... There. I can't hold my hand over the sink all the rest of my life. Sunny boy. Sunny boy. Sweet Sunny boy. He's gonna be a big cat. Once he gets more weight on him. He's gonna be a big boy. He's not huge like Voya, but he's not small either. He's probably gonna be a little bigger than Tank. Maybe like a 14-pound fish. Just don't spray on the cord. I know the cord smells like other kitties. Don't spray on that, though. Now we know you're a sprayer. No, now we know you like things and can get to places. Okay, you're gonna have to figure out what to do with that. Alright, buddy. You wanna relax for a little bit? Do you know I wanna boop in and get love? I wanna boop in and get love. Okay, now relaxing noodle time. Say if I lay by the door, then you can't leave. Smart man. You can see how open that side is from here. It sucks. Like, they cleaned everything really well today, so I would expect it to be open. Eat. Eat some drinks. But I feel so bad seeing that. The sock would work, but I feel like it just won't stay on. Maybe if I'm like able to like really, really wrap it tight with hair ties. We'll see. He's got some spunk in him, so I think we're gonna have to get creative with a few things as we go here. Oh, we're using the litter box. Okay, must reserve. Good boy. Oh, he pees normal. Like, he does a good squat. So now I know the difference between peeing and spraying. Good boy. You drank enough. You better have to pee. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy. That's a big pee. That's a very big pee. You're peeing a lot. I wonder if he's been holding it. Like he's just now felt comfortable enough to use the box. I love how most cats just instinctually know, though. That's fantastic. Your pee is a little foamy, but honestly, considering you were just a street cat, I'm not too concerned about that. I'll mention it to the rescue in the morning. Oh, he was a street cat until about 9 a.m. this morning. And then he got brought into the rescue and then taken care of and cared for a little bit. And then I picked him up around like 6:30, something like that. And then he's just been sleeping and eating and drinking since. So this is completely new to him. He might have like actually truly been holding it because he maybe didn't feel confident enough to go out to the litter box yet. And that would make sense for him on the street. Like if he's next to a predator, he's not going to stop to take a pee-pee. You have stinky pee. You have not neutered pee. That's stinky. It's stinky. Stinky, stinky, stinky. That was a little foamy, which can indicate high protein levels. But he's probably had a high protein diet from like eating wildlife and things like that. Like that's straight meat. Hi, Diddy. Supplementing kibbles in between. Monitor it. I'll mention it tomorrow. This is already urinary tract health formula. So that'll help no matter what. You put your blankie back. We'll monitor it.
I mean, you're peeing, so there's not a problem with that. It's just foamy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. If I lay by the door, you can't leave. I love you, son. I love you, son. Ugh, we can't say that when I'm gonna get attached. You need to magically manifest millions of dollars for me so that I can adopt you. Hee hee. Kind of. I don't know. It's day one. We're not considering anything yet except how to heal him. I love you, bud. Thanks for being so sweet with everyone. I'll be back in with you before beds. Mommy wants to watch a little bit of a match before beds and just sit and be. I think the only time I just sat and bead today was my time with PB. Well, I was waiting to pick you up, you little scrump. Little scrump. I'll get you all healed up. Don't want to bug you tonight. We'll clean your wounds in the morning. I'll be back in with you before bed, okay? Handsome little gentleman. Oh, he's door curious. I might have to finagle this funky with the tripod. Oh yeah, he's definitely curious about the door. He says, "What's that?" It opens. I don't even know where you. There you go. Doink. Let me shorten the tripod here so we have less to move around. Okay, quick go. Quick. Quick. Oh, you just gotta wait till he's eating. Then you're good. He'll start eating. We're gonna get him all fixed up, Club Colt. We got a new project, man. Except this one we can fix. Both physically, mentally, and emotionally. So I guess in triplicate. Garbage bag. Garbage bag. I'm going to throw you guys into the stream room and then change my clothes real quick. Hello, Gunther. Gunther is watching you. Do 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 do. Gunther is watching you. I want to watch the best of one tonight. Oh, my finger just got tingly. Why? That's weird. He'll be fixed of his wounds and his nards. No more owies, no more nards. Gunther, don't touch me. Hold on, Mama. Mama. I get, which way is that? Okay, it's not over here. I got treats and toys for you. Hold on, it's worth it. I promise. I promise. I promise. It's worth the wait. It's worth the wait. It really is. Mr. Guntheroni Macaroni. It is 8:00. Meow? Oh, that was Lincoln. Meow. Hi, Lynx. Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot you were in there. But you're very cute, and I love you. I just forgot I was getting undressed next to a cat. Sorry. Didn't mean to make this awkward on our first day together. No, I did not mean to. I did not mean to. I don't know if I want shorts or long pants. I'm gonna put on long pants, and then if I'm warm, then I'll throw on shorts. Sweats sound really comfy right now. What is in my pocket? A vape. Okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. Alright, we're bumming it for tonight. Flip us back over here. Hello, Mr. Gunther. Fans are going to be loud for the rest of the night, and I'm sorry for that. But, Zeke.
I have insane levels of paranoia with Gunther. Pardon. He is. He's ready. He's like, alright, mom's got the lap pants on. We don't do a lap dance. We have lap pants. I sat on you guys. Can't. I left my makeup and mirror out and I can't see over it. On my tiptoes, on my butt. Might be streaming on Kick. I don't know. I didn't look at my notifs. That was Zeke in the tunnel. Don't call my son a pile of laundry. Just kidding. It's indiscernible sometimes. Load. It's PGL Astana. I think I got the notif. No, not me. I think this is right.
We occasionally see them at certain tournaments. Nobody really likes to play them. Nobody really disrespects
What the
fighters. Everyone's coming into that game, being a little bit
It's quiet.
being a little bit afraid. Maybe these guys are better than we think, and sometimes they have that upset potential to them. And
Is that
today
too
we
loud?
also got the feeling of exactly that.
Or that's probably better.
Best of one, which is just never really a comfortable
Oh,
place
I
to
think he's
go.
laying by the
But
door. I
look,
don't
that
see
is
him.
the third of 4 best of ones. We have one more big one coming up, and that's going to be coming up just after the break, which will be Falcons up against BC Gang.
Did open the
Coming
right
up.
thing. Good job, Serena. Good job.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
Let me fix this. I don't think I can have Kick Chat, even if it's not mine, running on Twitch, or it's frowned upon. What do I need to do with this?
I won't play window anymore. Play your role when it's bad.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Almost there.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Golly.
Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Cat TV. If it is too loud, yell at me over it. I feel like it's too loud. My ears pop. Those are their voices versus the sound that sounded quiet though. Do 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 do. Now we just sit on our butts and be. Do I dare try to put down my hair? It's been up all day, which the clip is comfy, but it's annoying after a while. I don't know what's about to come out here. I put a bunch of leave-in conditioner in my hair earlier too. It smells good. It smells like I just came out of a salon. Oh, you know what? Sometimes you unclip it and it's like, damn, what kind of car accident did you get into? And sometimes you unclip it and it's like, you know, you're a little frizzy, but that's okay. I'll take it. See, Zeke got a green one. Yes. That is true. We'll see how it equalizes. Zeke, since you're obviously feeling playful, and again, I apologize for the fans in the background being paranoid over Gunther, and therefore you get fans. I'm a fan, you're a fan, we're all a fan. I think we're pushing the limits of tired time a little bit considering the amount of sleep for the day, but that's okay. That just means I do this to the sound effects going on as they're showing us the group schedule. I think I and Zeke got a green snake. This can entertain me for hours, just literally putting the tongue over the tail. This is actually a problem. I should have bought 3. Yeah, it might be a bit much. It might be. Probably would not be good. He's so cute. He's so cute. Welcome, Hammerhand. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. Mr. Zekers! Where'd you go? I have Toy and Pops. Aww! I left Gunther's backpack out because I'm being a paranoid psycho freak for no reason. And Zeke's in Gunther's backpack. I don't want to disturb him right now. It's very, very cute. He's very adorable in there. It's very cute. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. He is just a blob. But he is a cute blob. He's in the backpack. Cat pack, cat pack. Cat pack, cat pack. I was there for 9 minutes. And like, this is going on for a while. No, it's the countdown. Go to bed, Serena. Good night. I am over it. Good night. Good night. Good night. And to all a good night. Sleep is overrated. Sleep is for the weak. And I am weak. Bye. Bye. Oh, the rollies are on the blanket. I can only bye so far. Bye. 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 The night is not young when you slept for 3 hours and 24 minutes. Closer to 24 hours ago than not. The night is old by then. The night is tired by then. You want one of your pops? Save. We're gonna have Zeke and Gunther share one, and then we'll save one for Tank to have on his own, and then one for Doodle to have on his own. Side, it's a stick side. Oh, Gunther knows what these are. Gunther is aware. Do you know what that is? You were supposed to share it with Zeke, but I guess there's one for each. Gunther loves these. That is his jam. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll Center of a Chicky Lick that does not have a Tootsie Roll Center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and retroactively count to like 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Cats lick fast. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Switch sides. Oh, okay. You can still lick it. Lick it a little more and softer. He loves this. He's a very, very happy man. Oh! Gone! It's a sucker. You can't eat it if I don't hold it. Here, let Zeke have some. Oh, buddy. I said let Zeke have some, and he took the whole thing in his mouth and ate it all, except for that. I don't. What a little shit. Gunther says, respect your elders. Respect my authority. Zeke, I'll get you your own. Hold on. Let Gunther finish up his debauchery. Hold on, son. Where did I put the bag? For Zeke. Zeke Teefies. Zeke-a-roni. 350Z. You can have it. Do you like it? I don't even remember if he likes these. I think he does. He's sniffing it. Smells like something you might like. He does not understand. There you go. Good boy. Zeke says, this is above my pay grade. I haven't been a house cat long enough to understand what to do with this. Gunther's looking at him like, just fucking bite the thing, man. Just bite it. Just chew it. Just chomp it off of there. Zeke's trying to figure out how to get out and under it. Here, take it and hold it for a minute. Gunther, don't steal it. Oh, fucking tripod ass bitch. That was unfortunate. Are you getting it? Oh, you just gotta hold it like down for him. Then he's got it. Good job. He broke my heart. See, Zeke could share the other half with you. You just stole the whole thing. Good job. Yummy. You got crumbs on the floor? Oh no. I don't know what we did. Something. Zeke isn't used to his food being suspended in air. That is probably very true. I don't remember if he got some the last time I gave them, or if just Voya and Gunther got them. I don't know. Now we're getting a little fluffy here, but that's okay. We're gonna blame the fan behind me. It's gonna keep blowing my hair forward. At some point in stream, we'll just be like this. We killed 6 minutes giving the cat suckers, though. Ain't no suckers here, except there are 2 more, but one is gonna be for Tank, and one is going to be for Doodles, the dude. The dude is now back on the bathroom counter. I think there you can like see how big he is, kind of. Like more accurately. It's an average size bathroom counter. He's not quite as big as Voya, but he's a little bigger than Tank. He's what I needed to help heal my heart at this point in time. Like, not a project per se, but something to devote myself to. Not that I'm not devoted to club cult or the zoo or anything else that I'm passionate about, but I needed whatever this is. Heal me as much as we'll heal him with the whole process. My whole chair situation is falling apart here. I'm like sitting on the edge without meaning to live on the edge. There we go. Comfy butt. I'm very grateful he's here. And I'm so glad to have the chance to like learn Lincoln's quirks and get him acclimated to a home life, and it's gonna be the easiest transition when he gets adopted. I wish all cats got that opportunity. For some, I guess it would be more confusing. I'm trying to think. Like, Slavko would probably roll with it. Charlie would probably be confused by it. Void would be confused by it. It's probably depend on the cat. But I feel like this is so wonderful for him. I'm glad. I'm grateful. I'm grateful I get to be a part of the process. Run, Forrest, run! Excuse me. This little curl is tickling me. Like, not actually, it's just making me laugh in my head.
It puts a smile on your face, and how could you
Now his voice is quiet.
Matchup that's in front of us, Team Falcons up against BC Game, some of the best players to ever grace us in.
There's a way to turn that da-da-da-da off, and I still need to do that.
Pretty impressive one.
It annoys me.
I think maybe in some instances you might wish it was like 2022 instead, depending on current form and whatnot. But yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup for sure, and I think they have different reasons for being interesting.
I feel like my body is finally relaxing from today. I was awake for like an hour before my phone started blowing up. Which was good, because I had an hour to like wake up first. Hi, Gunther! Oh, sorry. Come here. But there's no way to be calm, you know, when you know you're going to have a new baby that day. It's just no possible way.
If I were to find one positive, it's that they're participating in the tournament. You know, they're not part of the major. We hear Tash, saying that.
There you got Pimp spectating on this one. Nice.
That they're willing to fight and willing to change things, but for BC, it's yet to be any sort of positivity started coming out for them in this season. Maybe they're trying.
How you breathing?
But we're not seeing the results of it just yet.
Yeah, look, they're definitely putting a lot of work in, especially one individual. If we've seen a couple
About
of
as you normally do.
Lately, he is starting to sort of get back to a form that he can be proud of, and that a lot of the fans are going to be going crazy of. But up against the likes of Monacy,
I really like and appreciate that Gunther has stepped into. I mean, really, he just wants lap time. But he's stepped into my Counter-Strike emotional support cat role. I'm very proud of him. I'm trying to figure out how I want to put my feet up, because I don't want to put my feet up because I'm lazy, bud.
As a better player,
there you go.
Better offer. Like in 2026, I don't think there's that much of a discussion. It's nice to have the idea of Simple possibly, returning to.
Mom is lazy now. No, we're just comfy.
And so on and so forth. I don't think people fully understand how hard it is to maintain.
I love you.
Not even like Simple's level, obviously, but just like a world-class level in Counter-Strike. So it's kind of just being gone for as long as the period as Simple was, not playing competitive Counter-Strike.
I'm pretty sure, unless it was edited, I saw a picture of Kerrigan's butt crack earlier. I did not ask for that. Did not consent to that. Some team posted a stupid Sydney Sweeney meme, and like half the other major teams are
it's always cool to see someone who's had always like a pretty
like making fun of it. The other half are like jumping on the bandwagon.
But I think still we need to see a lot more before we can try to think to ourselves like.
What was the original post?
That's one aspect of it, Another thing is doing it on.
I don't know.
Yeah. They like, what's the vision behind?
That's the thing.
It was something like tits or ass. So a picture of Sydney Sweeney and then a picture of team logo was the original joke.
It's been a little bit disappointing to see them, right? Because you'd highlight Sybil and say he's a massive win condition for people.
But then,
and in theory, he is still a massive win condition.
By
in terms of
phase
that team
trophy.
Coming together, getting together, and finding
FaZe posted it, which is even funnier.
A little bit disappointing to see, you know,
Well, like a
with
FaZe
some
fan
mistakes,
account.
you know, that Simple and other players within the team has made, you know, not following gameplay. You know, seemingly not having the greatest environment, and they do bring in Sensu, who's obviously another big talent, you know, and another great.
If I had to see it, you guys do too. He posted twists. Oh fuck! It's all cropped.
Yeah.
Ah!
Sorted. And then also the other thing is, even though that's dysfunctional, if you look in comparison, both these teams, Falcons have always sort of.
If I saw it, you guys have to see it too.
Kerrigan's been there for one tournament.
And then Kerrigan was either real butt crack or shooped butt crack.
Level of chemistry that you haven't seen from Falcons. So
Like, I did not consent to that photo. I respect this man. I do not want to see his ass crack. I don't want that. Hold on, Gunther. I'm fixing stream.
That's just the pressure of being in Falcons. And
He's like, no, pay attention to me. Saved by the croppage. Until I unsaved us.
I need to see them continue the same.
The one with her naked and the snake? No, just a generic picture of her. I don't know. Oh, Heroic posted it.
And I think one of the, I guess, the biggest drawbacks of Falcons in the past was never necessarily that they didn't obviously have the individuals. They've obviously had that.
It was in very poor taste.
They've gotten rigid. They've gotten stuck in their ways.
Like, considering how women are treated in esports already.
In matches. And
That's
I think
Heroic posted
probably
it.
one of the best people to have on your side.
Which, it's funny, but the context to
and Kerrigan has shown that
the entire genre is just kind of shitty.
Some sort of slippery way to get back into games, or at least not necessarily getting stuck as much. And I think that was a bit of a consistent issue for Falcons.
I mean, I can see how it's funny, but I'm also offended by it, if that makes sense. Like, I know it's in bad taste.
You can't find
But almost every other pro team right now is posting some kind of other version of that post, but like roasting their own players. It's been funny on the timeline tonight. It was a time to be alive to scroll Twitter while taking the dogs outside. But if I had to see it, you guys did too. I really hope that's shooped. I don't know. Doesn't really matter anyway, but I did not consent to seeing butt crack.
It's amazing for him to experience.
I did not.
Ah!
I feel like I'm less offended by dick pics than butt crack pics. Maybe because like most people don't show their butt crack on purpose. Like it's an accidental catch moment. Versus like if you're showing your dick, it's probably on purpose.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. We are.
So I feel like it's like a photo I especially shouldn't see.
On the server, but, well, I think
blissfully unaware until I come here to the stream. Well, I was blissfully unaware until probably around 3:30 p.m. when I first saw it, and then it blew up all over by the time evening came around. How do you want to be comfy? You don't. You keep adjusting. You're not comfy.
You know, perhaps change things for you. It just hasn't really been the case, but.
Okay.
We've got some action outside of the long house here.
Crisscross applesauce.
Really aggressively pushed in here.
I'm seeing some butt cracks tonight, boys. Sorry. See some butt cracks and balls.
To maybe try and get this done. Meanwhile, up middle goes the bomb.
Really, like, weirded out by whatever's going on with Doodle's balls, but I can't think too hard on it until he gets his full exam and heads for neuter.
You know, the remaining two are Nico and Kerrigan are just there towards the A side. They know they've got no.
My mind goes to worst case scenario, like testicular cancer, and you don't want to think that way. That's not a good way of thinking. That was terrible. What was the URL again? www.gofuckyourself.com. That was mean.
Unnecessary,
I'm sorry. That was not nice.
Really, and it will be a very simple start.
It was like the meme. It was funny, but not nice. Done contractors work. I've seen a lot of butt crack. Yeah, and I don't think anyone's showing it on purpose.
You know, he was sort of talking to us about he knows his job here is just to make
it's
the
not
stars
a
shine
consensual
around him.
moment.
He knows that he doesn't really want to become
like anytime I've been not naked but having my butt crack shown to the world was not on purpose that I can think of. Don't think I've ever followed any fashion trend that involves showing my butt crack. Thank you for playing along to that. I felt so mean after it came out of my mouth. I don't like those lack of filter moments. Sometimes they're funny, sometimes they're really not nice. I did warn us tonight, though. I'm your mostly friendly neighborhood cat lady, crazy cat lady. Forgot a bunch of adjectives in there.
All kind of painting this maybe slightly bleak picture. I think the desk and ourselves will.
It's one of those things that I can't unsee now. Every time I see Kerrigan, I'm going to see his butt crack. I don't want that. I didn't sign up for that kind of life. I'm not that kind of fangirl. Although I guess that like solves the age-old question of like, do I just really respect and enjoy him, or am I like secretly in love with him? I feel like if I was secretly in love with him, I would not mind the butt crack photo. Instead, I'm deeply unseated, you may say, by it. So, I think I just respect and admire the man. And it's unfortunate that I've seen his ass crack now.
I think you're kind of in two minds at the moment. It's either people who think because Simple's in the server, he's just going to take over.
We've solved the age-old question.
Or on the other side of things where it's like, this team just doesn't really do an awful lot and maybe just get in the bag a little bit and somewhere to play and keep the for sale sign out. Pistols lined up well here, and it is those rifles that come out on top, at least initially. Carrigan overwhelmed as well.
This feels like half-speed playing compared to BC game again.
I even argued to keep the scout. I spoke to
it's awkward.
Absolute classic. He will go and keep the scout, so I was kind of correct in terms of what was going to happen, but
I'd look at what time it is there, but I don't even know like what their normal time zone is.
He'll keep those fights coming. I think he will go down here in the
I'm guessing it's in, I don't know, it's in Asia.
It looks sharp.
I'm guessing it's an early morning match because I can watch it, whatever the time zone is. It's probably early morning for them. Their afternoon matches, whatever the time zone, are usually really, really early in the morning, like start of work, early in the morning here, like 5, 6 a.m. But that doesn't mean shit, because it's all different countries' time zones.
Nothing really of note in this one.
You did this to yourself by watching all videos at 1.25 plus speed.
A couple of HEs and a flash. Yeah, should be pretty simple. Should be pretty easy.
Maybe. It's possible.
For BC games, so wasted.
It's very possible.
Taking their time, though. I can respect this one about BC games. They just don't want to.
Just don't like.
End up running into the
information I'm collecting is not boring, but I lose my attention span if I don't watch it fast. Like when I'm watching reels and stuff, I fast forward it to like 2x speed by holding it down.
Way off the mark, can't even connect the shot. Easy opener, sight taken, smokes down as well.
Does that make me better or worse, or just as bad as an iPad kid?
Yeah. Can we take a kill? Can we take a gun? Is really what they are after here. Scrunk at the top end.
I'm so weird. I didn't even look at peeps.
Guys, Suke, gonna take a dink. Will go down. So any kind of damage is going to be satisfying.
He either knocked over the camera or is in front of the camera.
Okay, Simple does stick around. I was going to say. Carrigan could tend them back towards.
She probably kicked her potty pad up into it.
You know, you might hand this off to maybe someone like Carrigan, and he'll get more utility out and whatnot.
Don't think you're better or worse than an iPad kid.
Same,
just
good,
different.
Clean round from BC
That's fair.
So picking up steam. And again, in that position, if they find this first rifle, find it cleanly.
I feel like if I didn't have to be so exposed to the internet on a daily basis, not just like streaming, that's a small part of my exposure, but the scrolling that I inevitably do along with my posting on various social medias has really taken away my like attention span. Even more so than I already don't have an attention span.
We generally consider this a bonus buy, but considering that they got 5 AKs across the board, it's not so much. Bonus buy is...
Like, I get annoyed at upload
times
times sometimes. Like, just simple pictures from my phone. And it's like, bitch, do you remember what the internet used to be like? Like, this is a single 4K photo uploading within like 7 seconds, and you're getting annoyed that it's taking that long?
On the flip side as well, Falcons come off the back of a final.
Used to have to load everything pixel by pixel back in my day.
Being the heavy favourites here at this ESC tournament, they would absolutely...
I really have ruined my attention span with the internet, though.
Really are competitive, especially just prior to the major itself.
Yeah.
Thankfully, though, for mostly just unimportant things like media. Although, like, doing classwork periodically, I can speed up the professor, thankfully, but I shouldn't. I should be savoring every word. It's been hard to stop myself from doing that.
They're all but confirmed that they're going to be chilling, but
then I also argue with myself that I'm being efficient with my time by watching it quicker. Which I don't know if it's true or not. The things we tell ourselves.
Does have the support and is so quick to get one onto a simple
things we tell ourselves.
Solid for the trade, but that 2 versus 4, which feels like it doesn't really have much legs behind it.
You know, you saw through a lot of classes that you wished you could speed the professor up there.
Chunk and Skrunk, wow, he does well to not fully go the swing.
I can't stand when people talk slow. I know I talk slow sometimes, but unless there's emphasis on a deliberate detail, there's no reason for it. Just get the information out of your mouth.
Little bit random element, you know, I don't like to lean on it too much, but it is certainly there, right? Especially those Glocks charging.
I need to stop drinking coffee. I can feel
one good headshot.
My caffeination outpacing the game.
As soon as they get the guns in, they look very, very convincing actually. So really, really good clean shot.
I was probably back to my old regular standard of like 12 cups of coffee today. I've drank so much coffee today.
There is certainly a chance for them to keep things interesting.
I meant to break it up with a matcha in between and I forgot. I didn't get a headache today though. I'm curious if I'll get one towards like going to bed. Or tomorrow. Intake change. But I did beat the headache today, and I'm glad for that. Usually when I end up staying awake through the whole day, I don't time my caffeine perfectly, and I just never stop drinking it today. Apparently that's the answer.
Yeah, he thought he was behind the pillar, didn't he? It was unlucky in a sense for Tessus, and it will just move to save by the looks of things. No one really in a good enough spot to keep the kills, keep the damage, keep
you guys, I'm overwhelmed with joy that we get to rehabilitate a little buddy.
The scoped weaponry seems to be making a bit of a comeback.
We have a man we can fix, literally and
out for Carrigan. We saw Krieg, didn't we?
Theoretically. He doesn't need much fixing. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah. Not just once, guys. He was really.
Once he's healthy, he'd be an easy keeper. I really can't think about keeping him.
He was constantly going for it.
Glad you get to flex your Z-MILF muscles. Me too. I needed this.
We'll see.
It's been too many goodbyes. I didn't expect to say 2 hellos today. But I'm glad for the hellos. The force feels more in balance for the first time in a good chunk of days. I think today will be perhaps a green day in my little mood tracker thing.
A bit of a leader in the seat side and kind of run away with things a tad, but no. Instant response and instant timeout taken here by Falcons.
I think today might be a green day.
Bleeding early, which is the right, of course, way to approach this, but
feels good in my soul.
Being that is a best of one, you know, you just don't have that room for error. You just can't afford to let this slip. Winner of this takes on winner of Pain.
I don't think we're gonna do well this half.
A pretty good one, to be honest. You know, all expectations are Falcons.
I don't see the
follow-up. I mean, they've also got quite a nice group, but you say like the second strongest
we'll see,
in their group was Mouse, who've already dropped towards that lower bracket. So you get into a spot where it does feel pretty good for Falcons technically and or BC game to make a pretty deep run through this group, getting the way to the upper final.
No, I don't feel so bad when I accidentally get stuck looking down in game.
For BC game. They will be kind of just given the control. Meanwhile, there's the classic response in the upper tunnels. Good timing from Sensu to catch all of this.
I'm a little bummed. I was excited for strawberry. I felt like that was like a meant-to-be kind of thing. Because Voya's favorite food was strawberries. That was the one food that he would incessantly try to steal off my plate. Anything else, like fake meat, anything that smelled good, like he would be patient for. He wouldn't be pushy with. But strawberries, I always wanted to eat strawberries. He would be nosy about it. A little nosy posy. I really thought, like, okay, this is a sign. It's meant to be. Like, this is the path to healing. And he was part of the path. I'm grateful that he's happy and healthy and safe with another foster. He was just a stepping stone on the path to Doodles and Lincoln.
A luxury of falling back and dropping the smoke behind it as well. Modesty, second time of asking, will find that kill. Nading towards lower could be huge here. It just actually threads the needle between the two of them. The Molly will force
I do really very much appreciate and I'm grateful for it, and will reiterate again, I'm sure, at some point. Thank you guys so much for being so willing to be so kitty-oriented tonight. There was not much variety except for in the size and color and state of health of cats tonight. It wasn't much of a variety show. It's pretty much the same thing over and over and over again. And thank you guys for being willing to go along with that. I appreciate it. I'm sure they don't know what stream is, but I'm sure they appreciate the company as well.
And it's just never going to come. They're playing off each other. If this Molotov is well placed, could make all of the difference. Forces to fight out, and it will be found. Kaisuke had that one. It's Nico to get it in the end. It's a little close on the defuse here because of the flames. Oh, wait a minute. I think they still have time. Goodness me.
God, that was fucking close.
Still, that's a little worrying,
Jesus.
They get it done in the end.
It's the last second, like the last possible second. Good golly. Good golly, Miss Molly.
Goes away untraded, but you can even see like Nico gets a kill and he joins back up to kind of, you know, play in through short, but like,
my hair smells so good. The fan is blowing and all I can smell is my hair and it smells so good. I have leave-in conditioner that smells like a salon, but not in like an overwhelming way. It just smells so good. It smells like I've just been pampered for hours, even if I haven't. And I like it. It smells so good. Usually I just smell it when I'm... But it's... everywhere.
Not losing the kills though. Not losing the kills.
Aww, I'm glad it's enjoyable to see them adapting to a good environment.
Is absolutely alive.
Expect a lot more of it. Not an overwhelming amount like tonight. Tonight was a lot of cat Tinder. We swiped right? Swipe right when you say yes. Swiped right on a couple of cute boys. I'm glad for that.
Thinking about how they want to approach things here. Falcons looking for another good, clean retake. Tessus catches a fight, but no.
I'm excited for us to all watch Doodle get healthy together.
It's looking a bit slower. The Molotov is good. They will burst forwards, and again,
it's gonna be good feels.
It's late. It's methodical. It just
never use Tinder. Just nod and smile when someone starts talking about it. Same.
Yeah, really.
I don't think I'd want to use it. It's not like, even if I wanted to be on a dating app. And I don't feel like there is a good dating app out there. Tinder is for hookups. There's one that's not for straight people. There's Bumble. Bumble, I think, is the one where like the girls have the power. I don't know. And then there's like all the dating sites that my dad used. And, like,
this is again what we're
what option left is there?
Just for as much as possible, the floodgates opening for Falcons, and unfortunately,
not that I have any desire to be a part of it, but like
rocking and rolling in quite a quick fashion.
You either go on something my dad used, or you go on a hookup app. There's like no in between. I'm sure it's a very different environment from the female perspective also. I would guess so, but I don't know. Farmers only. I'm tempted to sign up. All I want is love and land.
at the very least, this is a few
Isn't like this season of The Bachelorette or something, like farm themed? My godmother used to watch that. Probably still does. I don't care much for shows like that. But I think I remember commercials. Old people meet. No, my dad was on. My dad just gave up on dating, honestly. Every once in a while, I run into like friends' moms from like grade school who like don't have their husbands anymore, and I'm like, hey dad, you know so and so, remember them? And he's like, eh. My dad's picky, which is good. You should be picky.
We'll see how the Dust 2 develops as we try and
but like, let's be real. You're probably not gonna get a
advantage here.
Genuine connection with like a supermodel looking chick at 70, and my dad likes supermodel looking chicks. All of his girlfriends have been, including my mom, have been beautiful, thin, tall, and blonde. Like, he has a type. And that's probably a little hard to come by when you're looking for someone in your age bracket at 70. But he was on Plenty of Fish.
It's a lovely move.
He was on
BC game. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work.
Oh, what are all the popular ones?
Smokes to come through. I'll start giving the game away. There's not much they can do about the bomb plan, and honestly,
OK Cupid.
We might just be saving here.
I think
be conceding this one for Falcons, unfortunately.
Match.com. That was the one I was trying to think of.
But I think you're right in terms of round itself. I think they've
like, other than variations of those sites, there's no other like in between. Hookah Canuck, is that a real thing? I think it's for Americans to marry Canadians, to move out there and get health insurance.
They are not to be. The only thing I want to change things is honestly to stay a little bit
God.
to the doors.
I'd rather stand at the border with my thumb out than open a website called Hookah Canuck.
Go back to A, and maybe they could have gotten numbers over in time to actually fight.
You'll sooner see me on Seeking Arrangements, just because it sounds less weird than Hookah Canuck, and you won't be seeing me on Seeking Arrangements. Not a people person.
Just utter domination, like a really ugly look.
No, my dad doesn't care about dating anymore.
Surprised by what I'm getting from
I don't want to know what he does with his free time, but honestly, he probably just watches porn and goes on with his old man life. But I don't want to think about that. That's not for my brain cells. That's an above the head thought, not a through the mind thought. He has no interest in dating anymore. Which, objectively kind of sad, but like also that's your choice, because you could say the same thing about me. I don't care anything about dating. You could be like, oh, it's so sad, you should be in love, blah blah blah. You're not spending your life with someone. But it doesn't bother me, it doesn't bother him, so I get it. I think with him it just like pulls on my heartstrings a little bit, because I know how much he loved my mom, and despite like how other relationships ended, I know that he really loved the people that he was with, at least for a time. And I like seeing my dad in love. He's happy in love. It's nice. But he has no interest in dating anymore. Just want a reason to eat poutine and drink maple syrup and not be judged. You can do that anytime you want. Just gotta find your people.
Create those bomb plants, which have been pretty
I don't need to hook a Canuck for that. Come on now. Next stream, we're making poutine and drinking maple syrup.
There's more bodies here to meet them. 40 seconds on the clock. Smoke will come down. Nico caught by the flash. And he's just gonna try.
I don't know how to make poutine, but I can throw stuff on fries.
Nico will then get one of his own, then quickly traded by Electronic, who is all on his lows. The dive down in towards CT is nice.
They'll call me Jose. Is that something you want? I mean, if that's what you desire, then by all means.
15 seconds.
Do what makes you happy in life.
He's being flanked as well, so he needs to step up the pace. And missed shot again by Monacy might actually allow him to get a plant out here, which he just about gets.
Good boy.
Just about gets. It won't change the outcome of the round, of course. Falcons will be getting their fourth, but it's adding into that tally and continues to keep a little extra cash in the back pockets for BC Game.
It's true. I mean, you know, they can keep fighting.
Honestly, all I really know about Canadian culture is from Robin on How I Met Your Mother. That's all I've got.
Was obviously a boon for the BC games.
I'm uncultured. I'm an American swine.
From the last time that we saw these guys out, at the very least, and they seem to be able to punch up kind of okay. It is a case of how long this continues. But
it'd probably be hard to understand broadly, though, because there's different cultural sections, like more French-leaning, more, I don't even know what leaning, something probably. She's kind of a good example. Hey, then I have a good teacher. I'm the perfect foreigner. TV teaches me things.
Because of some of the names that they have, and you know, the one in particular.
Nobody likes the Quebecians. Why? Parlez-vous the français?
This team, you're like, oh, we want them to do something.
It's fun to parlez-vous the français.
How great it would be for the game and the world of Counter-Strike. Not always the case, so we'll see.
Excuse me.
Starting to
it was like a tickly yawn. I didn't know if that was gonna turn into a cough or not. PB really got me.
A pretty difficult CT side for BC in particular.
I'm totally sure.
Because French.
Hazuka can hear all of this.
None of that slander. Botrix takes things way too seriously lately.
Of defense towards A.
Way too seriously.
Via ramp, Scrunkle dive down off the back of the flag. Straight into the hands of Nico, who gets 3. Kayasuke will light up one of his own. So the initial idea by BC Games kind of nice, but they walk straight into the big man himself. And Nico lines up 3 of the simplest spray down kills he'll get. Leave Electronic that lurk towards B all alone. And with 18 seconds, he's just shelling up and saving here. Falcons will be tying up this game 5 apiece.
Okay, I spoke too soon in the beginning. It's been a while since I've been bonked, feeling dangerous.
I think he's going to see some action.
The danger lives within us tonight.
He will get taken out just in the nick with about 1 second left.
Hit the French fries.
Really well
no, you can't eat French fries.
Just here's that flash.
I'll bonk you for that.
Very, very ready for that.
Band hammer for that.
Even it's starting to get a bit deceptive as Falcons.
You French fry hater.
Slowly turning the dial up. It has been.
Just for that, I'm making a baked potato with dinner tonight. It's not French fries, but I'm too lazy to make French fries. Making French fries cousin.
Been able to do for this particular head-to-head, given the busy schedule. Same for BC Game, to be fair. A lot of travel.
Oh gosh, I got him.
The major.
The brain is still awake from caffeine, but I think the body is tired.
That's the game, but still.
Or I'm not breathing enough, but there's air blowing at me, so literally how am I not breathing enough? If Gunther's breathing enough, I'm breathing enough.
He says, simple with a clean
I'm still so like tickled that I like baked potatoes now. My whole life I went without liking them. And now I love them. It's so good. You had some French fries that you didn't like? Was it like seasoning or the style of the fries? Or like the consistency? Like were they too crunchy or too soggy? This food truck that cooked its burgers and fries and tallow and it was just too much. Oh, too greasy. Oh my god! Excuse me. That's obnoxious. I don't want to be yawning. Breathe. Wake up.
BC Game lock in a 6th in the penultimate round of this half.
Yeah,
tallow would be like thicker than oil, right?
And the simple effect.
It would probably like absorb into it heavily. I like greasy fries, but that might even be too greasy for me.
Will be very disappointed.
I like when they're soggy with grease, though.
Scheme, you know, with where their scoreline sits.
It's solid at room temp. Oh, it's kind of like coconut oil then.
We have the double up setup for Falcons.
It makes sense that it would really perforate the French fry.
But, you know, they
I'm sorry they're gross. That's no bueno.
In their corner, and now it's even at best.
Can't even trust French fries these days.
Really big round from BC Game.
I would venture to guess like beef tallow. I saw that at a Steak and Shake sign recently. Something about beef tallow fries. Very different than a food truck, but
this could just be
I'm aware of the current craze of the world for
really
beef tallow is the next new superfood or whatever the theory is. Used to be kale, now it's that. I don't know.
I wonder how much of this is actually going to be a commit. You've got a molly on towards short corner, a flash through towards control. They can actually just move their way through. They don't know it yet, but they can start having a little look.
I would venture to guess.
Looks like their plans are being cancelled.
That seems to be the most common form. Oh my god. Excuse me. Sorry. I can't stop.
They've left 2 lurking towards
Just keep yawning. Yawning. Yawning.
It should be a B split.
I still like kale too. I really like kale. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight.
Keeps them in it.
We got up our count.
20 seconds.
Gotta get the ball.
Following the traces a little bit as well, it kind of works out nicely. Simple sticks around to find another through that smoke.
Thank you.
Here. And it is
Thank you.
Likely BC game.
Do kale salad with olive oil, lime juice, and sliced almonds. Oh, I bet that is good. I like doing oil and vinegar, but I never thought... I don't like lemon, but I bet lime would be good. Like, I like lemon, but I don't like lemon on salad. But if you add a little cilantro in there, some onion, I bet lime would be good. At that point, it's just green salsa, minus the tomatillos. But let me have these things. That sounds very, very good.
Especially considering, you know, BC Games form at Atlanta, sure, lost to vitality, you can't really...
Green salsa is good.
It's not lost to bait, I think in particular, that was the real damning thing of like the level that this BC Game side are at.
Salsa verde.
I want to see. This is pretty damn good.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, it's on the other side of things though. We did say surely one upset.
Gotta wobbly wobble the cables.
Tyler one was
Ruh-roh.
pretty good upset.
Ruh-roh. I just feel the tomatillos have a bit of a citrus taste to them. I would agree with that. Like, they have a tartness almost of citrus.
They already have.
Not...
That's going to be a real hit to the VR.
Not exactly a tartness, but for lack of better descriptive words at the moment.
It seems like Nico has something up.
They have a zing that's like citrusy.
I assume.
Some sort of little box that he's got going, maybe the audio box type thing.
I like them. My dad used to do fried tomatillos, I think.
Too much of an emergency. Yeah, we are back into the action, so that is
cooked quite a bit of Mexican food as I got older. Because one, it was easy for us to have meals together then. You just don't add the meat to like half of it, and then it's vegetarian. Woohoo! Easy to make vegan. And we both loved watching Rick Bayless. And he makes all Mexican food. We learned a lot from him.
Yeah, this is a huge round.
Huge Rick Bayless fan.
You can start once again springboarding to start this CT side and give yourself a bit of that breathing room that we always like to talk about. Simple stoolies deal a lot of damage towards Monacy, but it'll take a dink and I'll force them back offshore.
Another one. This could be a drinking game, but I highly do not recommend taking even a sip, let alone a shot, every time I yawn. Holy cannoli.
Does that line up like with the decoy?
Okay, so now we know that Serena's limit for a normal hour day.
But it feels like a slightly different.
It's probably like 1:30 a.m. at most.
Using the decoy as like your.
And if she needs to be up at 5:30 the next day, then it's probably 12:30 in the a.m. at most.
It's not very commonly used anymore, just generally because it leaves such a big gap for players to pair above looking short.
Well, what I'm saying is with the decoy, I'd have to go back and double check. I think something's gone on with the lineup. And
I think I can live with that. So I can learn to love that.
Makes it okay. Either way, we've got the attack coming in. Yeah, that's awkward. We do have Crazy in a pretty good spot.
You're gonna have to pee like a Russian racehorse, but go for it. Go for it.
They will get the pistol and no contest. Not even a bomb plant. Hardly any damage done.
I think it'll work out good.
It is not a good start into the second half.
And not bad timing.
Getting serious now. BC
There'll be days with less dogs, days with more dogs, days that I can go in late, days that I'm out early. It'll be subject to change, but I think it'll be a doable, comfy balance.
And that's gonna, like you said, give you a little bit.
Curious what my time will be tomorrow with wound cleaning, and not on my phone like
Vice
ASAP.
versa, but it's an unlikely round for Falcons to steal away. So BC game should be getting a 9th.
Which is not meant to exist without being able to wake up for like an hour. And I'm not meant to communicate for like 3 or 4 hours upon waking up. At least on a serious level.
Feels super unlikely, but they're using Modesty to try and entry in towards A. On the ramp, you've got Simple there to lead them, and the timing of his volley or his nade could be huge. You've got a second nade behind it as well. Dropping his position. Now he's spotted, the volley could be huge, but it's actually going to be a little bit late. Thankfully, there comes Electronic.
Being sleepy is honestly good, because I'll probably sleep really solid tonight. And I kind of need that. I haven't had solid sleep in a hot minute.
You'll absolutely take a couple of kills in a bomb port.
I'm going to be zonked.
You're not too upset about that.
No, that is true. That is true. Really going to
finish the map.
The next round, so yeah,
say goodnight. Like feed the zoo. Check in on the boys.
Huge round on the cards.
Set up a cot in the hallway. Probably.
This round means he's going to feel the burn.
I think that might be the best way to do it.
Shouldn't be too bad. Get him on a map.
Take an extra look and make sure there's no chords that immediately need my attention in the room with Lincoln.
Yeah.
Make some dinner, make some baked potatoes, some baked spuds. I have small potatoes right now that I'm finishing up before I go to the new bag of potatoes. I'll probably make like 2 or 3 of the little ones.
It really feels like this potentially is kind of
max out on potatoes.
Of the game thus far. Like,
that just sounds really fucking good.
Essentially a bonus buy, it puts you in such a good stead.
And then eat.
Probably the 11th behind it as well with that broken econ.
And wake up tomorrow in Serena Day. And text the rescue in the morning that he has foamy pee.
Huge round here.
But again, that's not the biggest concern considering he just came off the street with an inconsistent diet, and eating wildlife is a pretty high protein diet. It's a raw diet right there.
Awful lot of damage or even information.
I don't think I have to do anything else that's crazy tomorrow. Said something earlier that I should do tomorrow. I don't remember what it was. I'll remember if it was important.
Maybe creating solutions
or maybe I won't.
That don't really exist.
You never know.
All of a sudden, ignite onto Carrigan.
Said something was a job for tomorrow's Serena, but I don't remember.
Dedicated so heavily to it.
Not yet. I'm just planning the rest of my evening verbally when I could just be doing it mentally. But why not do it verbally as well? Evening. It's 2:07.
Yeah.
Taking the 2 hots in a cot, literally.
Nothing good.
It has to be done sometimes. When Ringo's not feeling well, I put a cot in his floor because I can't for sure pull him into bed yet. Certainly not now.
It's a gamble slack, and it's a gamble that doesn't pay off. BC game. But then they got drawn towards the idea of A, especially with the early youths a lot towards shore. Carrigan feigning a bit of presence there, a bit more.
I just need to be able to hear everyone. And the fans need to be on for Gunther, which leaves really the only solution as hallway. Or sleep in the kitchen, but then the kitchen is a little bit further away from my bedroom and a little bit further away from Gunther, even though I'd be able to hear Doodle perfectly. He's probably gonna sleep in the hallway tonight. That sounds weird and that sounds complainy, but that's actually okay. I don't mind. I don't care.
Falcons have looked like the sharper side when there has been full guns in play on both sides.
That's very true. As a streamer, there's no such thing as inside thoughts. You are very correct. I'm not good at having inside thoughts either. Ever been told that you look a wee bit like Deborah Ann Wool? No, I don't know who that is.
Looks to try and shore things up.
Yeah. Still on the edge of my seat with this one. You know what I mean? Like,
I can swing either way.
Really is.
Hopefully, she's not a nightmare creature. I feel like a nightmare creature. It's been. I think this is the most.
Like I say, been chasing this big
close to the most.
You know, when you look down
let's say casual.
Previous matches column, there's gaps in here between tournaments and whatnot.
I've looked on stream in a while.
They're losing some very.
But what? Am I gonna go rescue 2 cats and then do a full face of makeup and put on a nice outfit? Nope. Nope.
At these tournaments necessarily.
Okay. Gunther's up and my leg is asleep.
It's a little bit rough to look at. At times, so
Karen Page from live action Daredevil.
Is that BO1?
the most recent one that would have been on Netflix that would have show or movie Daredevil. That narrows it down easier first.
The utility out, nothing too quick from the Falcons to kick this one off.
Either way, I'll probably take that as a compliment. Show. Okay, the one that Disney has now and that Netflix first aired. That one I'm familiar with. I like that one. Zeke didn't come up from the snake.
Deep Molly as well behind. I give them a runway to try and.
I like the Punisher a lot. I like anti-heroes.
Oh,
I do know what you're talking about then. That's a high compliment. Thank you.
A good amount of map control for Falcons. Tessus is still hit out towards long, lurking. Strong swing straight towards his neck. Close line by Tessus, waiting for exactly that fight. Opener for
Zeke in food
exactly
coma.
The doctor
Probably. I don't actually know where he is.
The flash is pretty good, and everyone's blind, but Electronic just cannot capitalize.
Ow, my foot, my leg is asleep. Zeke, where are you?
Some typical moves. I mean, I kind of like it from BC Game in theory.
I can't move now. It's too numb.
Not so much.
It's tingling.
I think the theory is that they're trying to get into the rounds, trying to be present, but they just lack the firepower.
The first intro scene to the Punisher show always makes me cry. He's sitting playing guitar. I don't know why it makes me cry. Probably for like a various number of reasons, and it's like a very heart-wrenching scene. It evokes emotion. Makes me cry like a bitch. Ow, it powered through it. Where's Zeke?
Well, he's got one.
I like this move.
Oh, he's on the tree.
Something a little bit gimmicky. Can we talk about the
He's next to the curtains by the tree, and now I've got the pimp walk because my fucking leg's asleep. So you're pimp walking. Oh my goodness. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby, as a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Merci beaucoup.
This is where things become a little worrying. BC Game.
I know, it's unbelievable. Harley, Serena Harley TV does enjoy anti-heroes.
Distance, and on top of that as well, snowballing quite well. The pressure's really on the shoulders, and this is the last intervention that Taz can take in towards this game. If things continue off the back of this timeout, Falcons will just run.
I feel like the Punisher wasn't created to be a very likable character, but he inevitably is a very likable character.
Looks like they're going to double up, centering towards that secondary.
He's relatable.
Get behind. They need to do something a little different. The default right now for BC Game isn't working.
Yeah, I always get a bit weary of like heavily stacked timeouts, you know, when there are only like a few rounds in between.
It's fitting that a girl that looks like you appears in something Punisher related as a figment of his imagination to console Frank Castle.
Panicked,
yeah,
but maybe it is time. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I can see that.
What else can you necessarily apply? But we'll see. It depends on the type of timeout.
I'm shedding. I
But
have a hairbrush. Why am I doing this way? Because we're either going to be okay or floof once I brush through. I don't know.
First hurdle in that sense.
Oh, we're okay.
Can be monumental.
My hair is curling like my grandma's tonight.
Really far back on the default,
which is a good thing.
They get some tunnels control. Pretty dynamic duo over there.
Oh, I just aimed to please.
In terms of these long slash.
Thank you for being here.
Players,
I appreciate
really
it.
Done anything the entire round. Nearly a minute in here. Looking to get ready.
Isn't created to be a very likable character
Holding
either.
an advanced position.
Yes, you are. You just gotta find your people.
They're really ready for him to be down there. He does well to find one, honestly. So very blind. It's played into their hands. That was the idea. But it's BC Game to come out on top of it.
Bam.
Simple misses the flick. An important one to miss as well because there's
blowing.
nothing else around on the A side to stop this advancement. Crazy thinking about it. Gets himself into a pretty aggressive spot here. Has to be so careful. Monacy also taking it slow, but he finds the frag. Lovely pickup. All going to be on Sensu here. They will know about him. They'll know the fact that he's got an AWP as well. Can he beat out Monacy is the question. Gets his crosshair round, but
I love the attempt.
Yeah, the shot doesn't land, and it should be the save now.
It was an attempt.
Save, but his only option.
He like the Punisher meets Big Boss.
I like that they're getting proactive on the CT side.
Oh my goodness.
Initial few rounds that where they're going to be in play for Falcons, I think
it's not a bad look though.
Passive. They've been sitting back, inviting in pressure, and Falcons are more than happy. If you're going to give them map control and the ability to rotate freely, it's going to be quite easy for them because they will continue to play this pack mentality. For BC Game, I like that idea. Electronic sent in for one, Senzu getting one of his own as well, like trying to put pressure on towards Falcons before they go for the execute. Is that gap opening, right? You know, when Scott falls, an undermanned
I don't think I've seen your avatar, Midnight Dynamite.
Slowly but surely move their way forward.
It's like the teacher learning your name because you get in trouble in class if I know what your avatar looks like, because that means that you've said something wonky. I only click on someone's name if someone says something out of pocket, and I scroll back through chat history. Like, alright, how much other shit have you said out of pocket? Are you just having a bad night? Are you trying to be funny? Is this a pattern? So if I know your avatar, that's not a good thing. Like when the teacher knows your name.
Not quite able to confirm anything.
I've never seen your avatar.
Really great finds.
Now I'm looking, but not nefariously.
BC Game.
Oh, you're so cute.
Desperate to remain competitive.
And not in trouble, thankfully.
As they are just
but
watching,
I don't know what anyone's avatar looks like. Like, now I'm curious. What do all of your avatars look like?
This round for BC Game.
Cyrogenics is duck.
I
did not know that.
In the hands of Sensu, that'll be over at B.
Gummies is basic. Where's the Mad Topher? I need to see. Oh, Mad Topher, you gotta upgrade that. It's basic.
And that's by virtue of this move by Scrum. He's got so much information.
What's Yogi's?
Basic. Forward as well.
I mean, to be fair, on my lurk account, I'm basic too. Putting my face on there.
But he just can't cock the gun in time. Nico, Kayasuke kills a piece. Karen gonna walk straight in towards his demise to Scrunk's P250, but it won't really change how this round feels. Bomb will go down. And a difficult retake, a bold move by Electronic. Somehow get away with a kill. He has no right to get a kill there. 20 seconds or just over as the ball.
Thinking a crack pick.
In and simple will fall to Nico.
You know what? Do it, but I won't see it unless you say something out of pocket. And then I'll see what's behind your pocket. It'll be a full circle moment.
But as low buys go, that's not bad.
Oh my goodness.
Some of Electronics' decision making is just kind of
like that is insane.
It is insane.
Lurk account, because sometimes I'm curious what the difference between updates on I don't watch anyone on my lurk account. I literally have it. I have a lurk account on every single site that I'm on because I like seeing the other side of things if you don't have a creator account and how it functions.
So now everyone's gonna have him highly screwed.
I'm not automatically logged into it on any of like the side devices. I have to choose to log into it, so I really can't check stuff on it like when we're streaming. But it is helpful. I meant at some point today, and then today got crazy to look at the new like for your page algorithm situation going on with that.
Into double digits, and he has 5 on the bounce for Falcons.
It's kind of neat that they put that together.
We've been saying about how
just Scrumpy boy chilling.
Like they're fizzling out here. Shoulder was spotted there for just a brief moment. Simple tries to preemptively shoot the smoke, but can't convert. Really big round for BC Game. You lose this, and it feels like any chance, any glass left on this dust is all but slip through the fingers.
Lincoln's just laying out on the rug.
That first orb shot, which is going to last.
He's going to have such a good life. He's going to settle in so good.
Oh, tempting, isn't it, when you see the top of that smoke?
I'm excited.
Success. Electronic has a task.
So you're the one making all those lewd comments about me on that lurk account. Yes, definitely. It's all my fault.
Just keeping them guessing and dropping towards CT. Testis does go down.
Likely story, elaborate cover.
Really unsure of where to look. Where are they coming from? Where's the CT guy? Well, he's gone back up. It's all over the place. It's going to be a save.
I watch streams as me, like my account. I just am curious about new features on. I don't think there's any difference. I really haven't seen much difference other than like some glitches are on one side, some glitches are on the other, and that's probably
not going to be able to net.
just a unique experience where there's another streamer that's having the same glitch that I'm having as just a consumer, a user, a watcher. I don't know.
For simple incentive, we can actually buy for BC Gaming Tools, like a special loss bonus too,
but I like being able to have a regular account just to see how things are different, or how they're updated, or how they're changed.
Just shows this.
It's one of the best choices I ever made on MFC to make my lurker account. I didn't do that until like 4 years in, I think. It was so helpful to learn how things actually work on the other side. So very helpful.
Do save Crazy and Strong, but 2 ahead, 2 away now for Falcons. They're so close to the finish line.
Can we do it? I don't know. We'll find out.
He knows exactly where to
We
shoot.
can do it.
Lovely work.
We can
The
do
2
it.
youngsters on this side, they give them so much space in towards A. And in reaching distance now, kickstarting their CAC tournament well. Close as well for Monacy. Shoots on the explosion of the HE. 2 cross.
Stop yawning. Good boy, Gunther. Good drinkies.
Lot to consider here for Falcons.
I guess the bowl is
Job
about
is
the
not
same
finished.
height for you as it
Really
is
precarious spot they find themselves in.
for Linky.
Controlled
Maybe
spot
tonight
here.
I'll just fill up the other bowl and
Down
leave
to
2
smoke
bowls
as
out
well.
and see which one he chooses more.
Making it very, very
Get some good
slowly.
sleep, the man Topher.
Net that 12, right?
Thank you again for the resub. Thank you for being your wonderful self. Thank you for all of the support. Thank you for your company tonight. Thank you for the laughs. Get some good sleep. Have a marvelous Serena day tomorrow.
From Electronic.
Appreciate you being
They
here.
are being
Thanks for
slowed
meeting
down
the
a bit,
boys.
Falcons, but they don't seem to be scared of the AE.
The floofy, scrumpy boys. Well, only one of them is scrumpy, but
They're
still.
now they're moving towards a simple as a gap to work with, and he'll find Carrigan. For a little more as well, avoiding the flashes. He'll go back over towards right.
Don't call each other out like that. Me, that's a different story. We lurk in peace.
With Electronic for 2.
We lurk in
BC
peace.
might just be back, and Simple makes sure of it.
Lurk
We finally
peacefully
get a
and
highlight
prosper.
for BC game, and it's that dynamic duo. It's Simple and Electronic who net them double digits. and keep
What is
this
happening here?
Game and potentially the upset alive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the key thing I think to consider about some of the psychology of VC game, it's the decision making, right? That kind of gets away from you when you've been at that high level and then you're having to kind of build things back up or come back into the game. So if you're having to think too much, it can kind of take away from your